Good morning, beautiful humans. There I am. I'm big now. Welcome to Defense Diaries. I'm your host, Bob Mata, and this is our continuing coverage of Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed, day 7 of the trial. And we have Jen McCabe on the stand under direct still. I don't think there's much more direct left. And then we're going to be jumping into the cross. Should be a banger of a day. So I'm excited for it. I hope you're all excited for it. Scarlett woke up late for school again. So Allie had to drive her to the bus this morning. So she'll be with us in a minute. How are you guys doing? Are you guys excited? You guys excited about today? Yeah, let me see it in the chat. We got all the beautiful humans in here. All of our lovely, lovely humans. It's excellent to see you again. So I don't know, Mandy, you're in here. Were you able to make the thing so we can use long crime today with the different angles? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? I don't know. Guess we'll have to wait and see. It's exciting. It's exciting to know. If not, we'll go with Boston 10 again. I think, what did you guys think? So I was thinking about McCabe's testimony last night, and yeah, I think kind of the general consensus is that she was well prepped this time coming in. I mean, she had a couple of moments. I think that no matter which way she testifies, whether she's coming off as more credible this time or not, she's not coming off as a warm and fuzzy person, right? So that stands. However, if she came off as more credible and the jury's buying it, because remember, jury's all that matters. We don't matter. If they're buying it, then I think that Jackson has to be careful with the cross. Because if you've got a sympathetic witness in any way, shape, or form, and one who appears to be credible, you've got to handle it carefully, because you don't want to get the jury not liking you for picking on somebody that they feel was credible. And I think that he's probably thought it through pretty heavily. Like, that's one of those challenges. It's one of those challenges, an attorney, when you have a witness coming up that you need to dig into, like, heavily. Because, I mean, a fact witness, a lay witness like this is way different than an expert, right? I mean, this is like when you have an expert up there, unless he was able to handle that with great tact. And, I mean, he got aggressive a couple times, probably midway through, but he was pretty cool. But he had some incredulous, like he sounded incredulous a couple of times in terms of answers that were given. You could just hear his voice raise a couple of octaves, which was for show, obviously. But with a lay witness, it's different. It's different because jurors will feel connections to lay witnesses that they don't feel with experts personally. You know what I mean? It's like people are like, oh, that could be me. If it with certain witnesses in trials that are lay people. So I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see how he comes at it. I'm here for it, as I'm sure you guys are here for it. It's going to be very, very, very interesting. Colette jacket was on fire. Both nights were amazing. They're just one of the best live bands on the planet. You know, I've seen them so many times that I've seen them perform all their songs 15, 20 times. So it's like there's you're not getting much new, but they do have a new album, which I enjoyed. Um, their renditions of their new songs, but um, yeah, they were phenomenal, and it was a hometown show, and it was Sunday was Pat and Jim's birthday, so they went full force. Polygraph asks, "How do Bob? I know you hate Brennan. What do you think of the idea behind the witness order, though?" Give me a little more. Which witness order are you talking about, Polly? Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that order. When did that come down? Allie knows what it is. She's behind me. Well, when she gets on, she'll explain it to me. I must have missed that. So, but I'll get to it when I can, when Allie kind of fills me in on what that means. And as far as ARCA, I told you all not to worry. I mean, they were always going to come in. It's like it's a bridge too far. I mean, the fact is that Judge Cannoni's not trying to get overturned on appeal in the event that there's a conviction in this case, and that would do it. She knew that. I knew that. Alessi knew that. Hank knew that. So, and it's like I kind of tweeted what that whole situation at the end was, where she's reading them the riot act. She's asking for reconciliation with the disappeared texts, and that the defense has once again been untruthful. And like if you've followed us for a while, we've talked about that the judges, she knew what she was doing coming into that. So it didn't matter what Hank was going to argue. She knew that she was going to have to allow him in. She knew she was going to allow the extra testing. And we knew that about the extra testing when she had Rensselaer answer the question, can they get it done by the 7th? And then he says, well, if you're going to order it, then yes. She says, well, I'm ordering it. And he says, well, yes. So you knew she was going to allow it there. I mean, that was a tell. But in terms of trying to put the fear of God in the defense team by having them on pins and needles, if she can, about what she's going to do, but they all had to be confident they were getting in. And it was a strange moment, because Alessi was more than ready to answer the question with regards to Rule 14 not applying. But that applies to your clients, not witnesses. So um it was a weird moment in a lot of different ways. I mean, I've understood because I've seen it firsthand on multiple occasions with judges, where we're pretty confident that there's no way that the judge is going to deny our motion, and or they're going to grant the state's motion when they're seeking something that's extreme. And the judge isn't happy with us for whatever reason, and they want to give us a tongue lashing, and then ultimately they end up granting the motion. So that's all that was. um but they're coming in, and like I had tweeted, I called that one almost. I wouldn't even say almost. I called that one exactly, all the way to the long leash. She's going to give Hank the long leash, but like Allie and I were talking about yesterday, he's got to be very careful with that leash. He can hang himself with that leash, because the problem for him with Wolf is very credible on the stand as far as experts go, and the dude's unflappable. Like he's not going to get him on the ropes. Like Hank now knows. Hank has the advantage of going through the voir dire, which I think was ultimately Hank's main. Like that was his main motive behind all of this. He knew he was never getting those guys bounced, and he wanted to have an opportunity to be able to cross them before trial to see how they respond. So I think he will tailor his cross based on the way that Wolf responded uh accordingly. Like I think people think that he's going to come after Wolf like that. You can despise Hank Brennan, but one thing's for certain, the dude's not an idiot. He's not an idiot. So like I would be shocked if he comes as hard as he did when there was no jury present. So that doesn't mean that I don't think that he's going to question him about certain things. He's certainly going to try to show the bias, but I don't think he's going to be angry Hank when he's questioning him. He'll be questioning Hank. He'll be skeptical Hank, but I don't think he'll come in at him quite as heavy duty as he did in the voir dire. So let's see. What do we got? Oh, you know what, y'all? Let me make sure the ads are off. I want to make sure those are not on for y'all, which looks like they are. Okay, so let me turn those off because we love you. It's got to be a much more pleasant set of circumstances to watch without the ads. All right. Let's go here. All right, cool. All right, we good. We good. All right, so we are at what time? 7:57. Mandy, are you in here? Have you guys seen Mandy in chat? She's backstage with me, but I don't know. She says no. Did you get a border, or is that the answer to that question? 'Cause if not, I'll just throw up this Boston 10. OnlyFans not even on yet, so but they start very timely. Oh boy! All right, I got to turn off the camera real quick. Allie is passing behind. All right, but Mandy, you're so funny. Yeah, so I'm curious. What do you guys think about how McCabe is going to be handled by Ajax? Let me see it in the chat. Let me see it in the chat. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate you, Sarah. You're glorious. You're a glorious human being. So Tammy says AJ will push Jen's buttons in a skilled lawyer fashion. Trial lawyers have to be performers. Very true. AJ will adjust the witness cadence using his words to expose the truth. All right. Let's see. Judge Bev's Wurzel Gummidge hair hammered. All right. Linda, I think AJ is going to hurt her. You guys aren't taking the word of an attorney here, huh? I'm telling you, he's got to go at her with kid gloves to a certain extent. It doesn't mean he can't challenge her. Doesn't mean he can't challenge her. Because I like Hank did it's no mistake. Please understand, there's no mistake that Hank put Ian Whiffen on right before Jen McCabe. And you all heard Allie's opinion. Allie's not necessarily sold on the 227 Google search. And I'm not either. To me, that doesn't really mean anything about the case anyway. It certainly is a sexy fact if you can prove it. And I think it ends the case. But it's always been that thing that I just don't know. Like after watching the first trial, I I did not think that anybody could prove that. Either side. I didn't get that from the first trial, and now they had more time to prepare. I thought Alessi handled Whiffen as well as he could in terms of trying to knock some points down, but, I mean, Alessi did not dig into the 227 Google search super hard. I mean, we've heard him dig in on issues that he's adamant about, and that was not that. So, Hank Brennan skillfully put her right after Ian Whiffen so that if Jackson plans on hammering away at her about that search, Ian Whiffen's going to be fresh in the jurors' minds. And that too is a dangerous set of circumstances. It's a perfect example of how important your lineup for your witnesses is. It's just a very critical thing. There's a lot of strategy involved, and that is exactly how that goes. Jim says, I think it'll be exactly like Carry Cross. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't think he went overly hard at Carrie. So I think that's a pretty apt prediction there. Chrissy says he's gonna go at her and she's gonna be pissy. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the one thing that can lead into a more heated exchange is if Jen gets super defensive, like right away. If that happens, that opens the door, so to speak, for Jackson to get a little more spicy with her. So, from A to B, handled firmly. Angelique, same as last time. I think Bob has misplaced his phone. Yeah, I didn't. It's not here with me. It's somewhere. I don't know where it is. I was rushing to start the live on time, so I'll grab it when Allie gets on. Um, let's see. Millennial Mama. Her mask's gonna fall off with AJ. PB and Shelly. It's going to be a thing to watch for sure. Yeah, I forgot about that. Mike McKay says, "What's the over under on how many times she has to see her prior testimony?" That was a lot. That was a lot. The last trial, for sure. I mean, it was definitely more than 10 times in the last trial. She's better prepped this time. She is better prepped this time. That's for certain. Tracy says he knows how to get under her skin. I mean, see, the thing is, we know all the shit that's been going on with her out in these streets for the last 2+ years. So he definitely knows how to get under her skin. But if she starts the waterworks, and I think that Jackson's going to be careful about not allowing her to get into the harassment shit. I really do. That doesn't help Karen's case at all because it's just a bad look. Okay. So Kaylee says, I agree, Tammy. All it takes is for Jen to feel some heat and she will get rid of her sweet mom act. Agreed. Agreed. Ann says Jen McCabe will lose her shit. The sign of first snark with Ajax. Likely. Princess Buttercup, he triggers her. He does. She's not an Ajax fan. She's not an Ajax fan. Auntie JJ will come out. Can someone call Celebrate and find Bob's phone? I know where it is. I just can't reach it right now. I'd have to be Stretch Armstrong to be able to grab it. Pammy, I see all kinds of snark and sharp-witted questions. Yeah, I mean, the one thing that you know about Ajax, he's going to be highly prepared for this. It's for sure. J. Haig, whiny Hank, nasally Hank, mumbling. Alessi never sleeps, also known as Marissa. If she keeps her shiz together, I'm worried. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Clarabella, he'll be firm with her and get her to snap. All right. Caroline, he's going to do his thing. Kai, the mask is going to slip with AJ. Debacle watcher would have thought Yannetti. I don't think Yannetti's getting enough action in this trial, to be honest with you. I love Dave Yannetti. I think he's a great lawyer. I love his demeanor. I just like him a lot. Oh, thank you very much, Jason. The 5 DD memberships. You got 5 lucky people, new members. Aw, family hug. Welcome. We love new members. Kaylee comes back. He triggers her. He'll get her with her words, and she will lose it. Pop Princess. She agrees with Tammy. Millennial Mama. Bobby disagrees. Not going to use kid gloves. Think he's going to try to pummel her into submission. Think that'd be a mistake, Millennial. Think that would be a mistake. But we'll see. We'll see. He might be right. Polygraph. You can see she's very focused on trying to keep her cool, and she keeps her answers short. I think she's going to bite at some point. I mean, there is plenty there to get under her skin. We know that. We know that. Plenty there. You know, but the one thing that Brennan did that Lally didn't do is he set her up for her to get in front of certain issues that we know that has changed from her first testimony to now. Like he set her up for inconsistencies and had her get in front of them. Like for instance, seeing the taillight cracked and they're leaving John's place. She switched that. She said, I think initially I thought it was when we were going in, but I realized it was when we were going out, which, you know, conveniently there's no video of that, which I just don't get. I don't understand that. That's so shady. Princess Buttercup, her mask will slip with them. All right, I'm keeping an eye here. It's not up. So I was saying, she's always late. She always starts late. Always starting late. Let me see. Pull up Law and Crime, see what they got going on. Oh, shit. Law and Crime's out of the game already. All right, I got to pull it up. Okay. I mean, it's definitely a better view, y'all. Let me see if we can hear what's going on.
The predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe, and then I expect.
Is this today's, or is this from yesterday? What time is it? I think this is today. Shit. All right. Let me go. All right, let's bloop bloop. Jury's not in there yet, that's for sure.
Now open the AC.
Commonwealth versus Reed. Counsel had asked to see you before the jury came over, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So what is it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Brennan? I was handed clips 12A and 16.
I think it's 12 and 12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
Yes, 12 from yesterday. You have 12 from yesterday, 12As in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe, and then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right, what do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to this case of what Ms. Reed said and her statements. That's obviously admissible as a admission of party opponent and defendant's statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that were sought yesterday. Hearsay. If you want to get clips in to do so, I would vote the objection to that as long as they were in context and if they pass the relevancy test, but it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said, at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right. And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but
Right.
This is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then those clips can come in.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you.
All right. So we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is to it's not be played with Ms. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right. Let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay.
Line up, bring one.
Why don't, yes, yes. You are.
All right. Little housekeeping there in the beginning. Yeah, it's funny. Boston 10 is still not up, I don't think. Yeah, they don't even have OnlyFans up. What's going on? It's all right. I like this. I just hope Mandy can cover that. All right. Yeah, Jen, Bob Sr. is definitely popping in today. Promise. When is unknown. When is unknown. Like I said, I can't control that guy. Yeah, Lindsay Amos, I hate the search argument, hate it. It's just, if you can't prove something up, I don't think it helps. And again, we all know the defense doesn't have to prove a goddamn thing, but if you make promises about things and you don't deliver on them, it hurts you. It hurts your credibility. God's girl. So ready for this. Going to dissect every mistake she made yesterday. No question about that. But will he do it gently? I agree.
All present and any is before the honor of the County, before the honor of the Humboldt Superior Court, before the country of New York. Join me, give your attendance, join me, give your attendance, on St. John, Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. We appreciate you being prompt and ready to go this morning. There was something I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence that will be presented to you today. So I appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
Good morning, follow me, please.
Mr. Kidd, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
May I proceed?
Good morning, Ms. McCabe. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 to the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Looks, is this a Ring camera right here? Looks,
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? Those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you it's been marked as Exhibit 11. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned earlier in the night, you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Objection.
Sustained as to form, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to, thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
Thank you.
With,
45. Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for what?
Yes, I'm coming from the third section, third Fairview Road, we can't have the baby and pass out in the snow.
You can't hold up, because you can't really go. You can't get to know, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
You have to tell us, that's the line.
15 feet, like, you guys got area 15, okay? Okay. I know. I don't think like it hurts.
911, what's your emergency?
I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Camden, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
Is it not 34?
Yes, 34, the Alpha resident, yes, I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Camden, Mass, yes.
911, that's not your where's your emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Camden?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay, and what else?
He's gonna get here, okay?
Okay, what's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
That's his girlfriend, his name is John O'Keefe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he Carrie? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to it's in the heat and then it's their fault.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we have to get the fire department going. They just gotta know.
Okay. Is he breathing? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
He's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
I'm right up front. I know, Mom, the phone with the interviews. I know, honey, I know. So, Carrie, you gotta get off of me. Carrie, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He had been out.
They've been out drinking.
Yes, like I'm talking hours about maybe, and I don't know how he's been stuff.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head out?
Yes, possibly, I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yes.
And how big the pool of blood is, if there is any?
Something's coming out of the nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if you want CPR, and just give us a call back if he becomes your sponsor, right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
That was hard to hear.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me.
So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then as I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happened?
The police officer, I'm not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was...
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
You're active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Did children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, "Could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids?" She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, "Go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead?" And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me, and then I think she took off. Like she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were putting, I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Miss Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to, sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us, yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mhm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes,
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustained. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to
Now
interrupt
that she knows what he wants her to say.
statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Oh, okay. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Oh boy. I mean, I'm just going to say this. Jen McCabe is she is portraying herself completely different. We've now gotten to the most frantic parts of it, and she still has very calmly, or much more calmly than before, described Karen's behavior, demeanor, mimicked her. She's just not coming off like she did before. I know many of you guys, including Bob, still see a total bitch when they're watching this testimony, but I'm just saying, to someone that hasn't seen her, I don't think they're seeing it that way. Although yesterday we had someone who did not watch the first trial and thought that she was callous, and I forget the other term they used, but
Yeah, I mean, I think, I guess you didn't hear what I was saying. I think Jack's going to have to handle her carefully today. 'Cause I agree. I mean, I think she's cold-hearted. She says shit like she's acting crazy. What would you act like if you found me dead on the lawn? I mean, like, when she said shit like that,
After
her
you
overall demeanor.
made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs, into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door, I went in, and I walked over to the bed, and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was like, I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me, so much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up, and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe
Okay.
again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
Okay. At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
Have we seen this version before? Because you see how it looks way more normal, not like giant pieces of snow blocking everything that you're looking at.
I think we saw it in the first trial for sure. I mean, I remember this video of the car driving up to the scene.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview.
I think visibility looks better than I thought it did last time. What's Morgan and Morgan?
Can you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this
A
scene?
law firm.
Yes.
Well,
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please?
he have drug problems? Does he drug? Does he drug? Huh?
Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, well, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Okay. Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Carrie Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I
that,
don't want you to guess. Just if you
I
know.
don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Is that Carrie on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please. Continue. Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you
I
see
think
the
we
yellow
should take
jacket?
another poll.
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder? What poll?
I believe so. Yes.
If people
Do you
prefer
know
it like this,
why the officer
Dual
moved the
screen.
defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please.
because like you can't see, I'm zooming in on my
Stop.
screen.
At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in the group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Him? I thought he
Continue,
was
please.
talking to a she.
Thank you. If you could move ahead to 6:19, please. Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please?
Babe, look at what Pokemon says.
Oh, I know. Everybody's wondering where Papa Mata is.
Me too.
I bet you are.
I'm going to make some tea. You want some tea?
Sure.
Hot tea, cold tea?
Hot tea.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment?
What? What was that hot mic?
Are you trying to figure out a hot mic? Because if I put these headphones on, I can hear everything.
She definitely mumbled something to herself.
At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'm taking these off and going to make this stuff then.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:20, 6:15. Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car or in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please. Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described for us you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please? Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it's 6:39:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lank spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her. But then Officer Lank said that one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes.
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
Yes.
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Carrie's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No,
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
no, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
So just move on.
And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier, or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout when I was still at Fairview or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
And did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me, and I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that was still sleeping, and I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this news to them and comfort them, and I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or after?
A quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after, approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
Okay. When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home, and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then She had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text
Yes.
messages from other people?
Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Kerry and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support
You
and
said
our sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar?
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your two daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. The car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Kerry and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter? Don't give me a name. Kerry's daughter?
Kerry's daughter, yes.
And was Kerry's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Kerry's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Miss Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Kerry's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Kerry are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
Okay. When you were having the conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Kerry was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Kerry and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Kerry.
At some point, did you get together with Miss Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Kerry to do a timeline. So Kerry came over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
And so when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request, did you ask you to do that? Did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
So I'm going to sustain discretion. There is disregard.
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police at the interviews you had?
There were a lot. Or a good
Get
amount,
Bob
I should say.
started.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Objection.
I was talking about Sherry's comment. Don't get you started.
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you for the tea, babe.
You're welcome, babe.
Handing you a piece of paper. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
You know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can introduce this as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with it sidebar. I have no objection. to
Did you do a poll to see if people like the split screen?
I did.
Yeah, I'll see what's in there.
Currently, we're at 50 with 240, 259, 261 votes. We are at 58% yes. And the poll was, do y'all prefer the split screen where the demonstratives are small, but we see the parties? And 58 said yes, 42 said no. I was thinking at one point I switched between, like when they were just showing the demonstrative, I switched over to Boston 10 to make that bigger.
We're going to have to think about this on the first break that we get, because I'm finding myself personally enlarging the screen so I'm not seeing the chat or you or me, which I don't need to see us, obviously. I know what you look like, man.
Oh, hi. Well, I like it.
I mean, I like it in theory, but I find myself not watching them.
That's true, Samantha. That is very true.
We're going to have a group discussion on the first break, guys. We're going to have a group discussion.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts, and you try to memorialize your memory about what had happened, after that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
All right, let's take a quick pause. Quick one here.
Real quick.
All right. I'm going to take
Real
control if
quick.
you don't let me do what I wish.
I
So
mean,
I'm just
people
going to
wanna
say
see
this.
cross, babe.
I think this is the most important cross of this entire trial. I think that personally, I think she held up. Obviously, it's direct and you're supposed to hold up well. But I swear she was already coming off really poorly the first time on direct. So, I mean, like if there was a poll up right now, whether, and obviously it's mid-trial, not even mid-trial, so it wouldn't matter much. I'd be saying that the jury might say guilty.
Yeah, the defense is gonna. Hank is trying a better case. We all can't stand him, but he's trying a better case. The witnesses are way more prepped. We just saw it. So you must not have heard anything that I was saying to kill time, because I was saying all the same things. She comes off as very credible, no matter how much I think she comes off as a bit unempathetic. She still was very credible up there. And I think that Jackson, people are like, oh, he's going to hammer. That's not the approach with
He's
this
got to be a little
witness.
bit softer,
He's
maybe.
going to have to be careful with it. He's going to have to let her pick the fight, is what's
Right.
got to go on. He's got to have her be the one that's losing her shit. He
Well,
can't
we
be the
saw
one
it
that's
with
overly aggressive.
Alessi. You can come at somebody. Alessi would change his tone.
That's what I
and
was saying. He would go
ju-
up a couple of octaves towards like past the midway point of his
Right, or
examination.
his
You'd hear like,
incantation, like just the way he said something,
that's what I'm saying. Like he would change his tone. He'd go up a couple of octaves. Are you saying this? Like he'd go out like it was incredulous to him. All right, let's check it out. I agree. This is a very, very big cross-examination. Let's see how it goes.
guilty because jurors almost always say guilty with no evidence.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time?
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case
Yes.
with Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your
Compound.
perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment,
Right.
and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. That's
She's
my.
really talking to the
I
jury
got a phone
now.
call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, "Yeah, I got a phone call as well."
As you said, that's your story,
Not my
correct?
story. It's
Those
the
were
truth.
yours.
It's the truth.
Okay. So for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call. Correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Ms. Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes,
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
correct.
And you've talked about things, I'm sorry, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Ms. Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes,
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Would you agree?
we've grown into friends where we talk about many other things besides the case.
Sure.
I disagree. I think it was her police officer family members.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We talk many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us, so
And
it's a huge
talking
part
about-
of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it's, I'm sorry.
We,
I believe it
we
just-
never
I'm a-
see lay witnesses speak to the jury, so I don't think this was
Traumatized
Lally or Brennan.
our
I think
lives.
it was her
Okay.
police
I
officer
disagree.
family members.
I disagree.
It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Ms. Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions
Objection
and
calls
your
for
memories?
speculation.
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial, yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No,
Do you think it was?
no, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year.
No,
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so, yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact, I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the timeframes of those conversations, then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
Of course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or Trooper Tully was there at 1. Trooper Buchanan was there at 1. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure,
I
understood.
apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say, again, I didn't write them down. Off the top of my head, I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going
Yeah,
to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't
Okay.
mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call it 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format? Paper transcript or do
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did,
That was me.
yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No,
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No,
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those were the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask
What?
it a different way. What about your
Bullshit.
demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform. How you came across your demeanor in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
What?
Did you discuss
Sidebar.
changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial the last proceeding to this trial? My mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and, answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No,
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
no,
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
no,
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
no, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting, I think, was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30
yeah,
minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure,
Okay.
but it was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at, other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay.
What about
The same
mock
photos that we saw
questions with
today?
your family members?
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about your about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at, 34 Fairview, that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family?
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly,
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said select board member. Did I mention Canton select board member?
It is in
Okay.
Canton, yes.
All right, obviously it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the select board, correct?
Wow.
I'm
just
not
pause
aware.
it a
You're not aware of
second.
that echelon?
No.
Okay.
Shocking. Shocking. The way that she can this time around, so naturally answer Jackson's questions without fire coming out of her eyes, no matter the question, like just
It's night and day
night
with
and day.
with the natural laughing. I mean,
Yes.
yes, dude. Yes. It's what we were saying heading into it.
Right. It's just, we started to
You're
see it
aware,
there for like a second, like she was getting a little,
She reeled it in.
she reeled it in and she was doing more of the jury looking. Now I saw people commenting. I did notice her looking and turning to the jury with the prosecution. She did it a lot less. It wasn't like, because it was starting to be like, I can't even look at this guy and I'm not answering him. I'm only answering you. And yeah, she's reeled it in, but
Yep.
that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not
Which-
100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have 3 sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle?
Mhm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the
Yeah,
shortened
Shelley
name for
is.
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like Deeedee.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing.
come on, you're getting
We
a little-
don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole.
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family.
Yes.
Go on vacations together,
Alan,
I'm guessing.
move on.
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th.
Yes.
Special events.
Yes.
Spend weekends together.
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to
Close
see
family.
that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the
I mean, I wouldn't even
McCabe's,
put her
the
that
folks
close.
associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated
Just
multiple
answering
times. You
him.
didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that, Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, Brian was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case,
Objection.
correct?
The objection sustained.
Why?
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family, is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
What the hell's wrong with
Julie
her?
and Chris Albert are very, very close to you. Right.
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay, and Canton Police Department, there's also some connections there as well, Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
She was waiting for that
I'm
objection.
going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
Man, I'm telling you. I am telling you. I'm telling you. They have to focus on John O'Keefe's injuries and the vehicle.
They've already done an opening, babe. I mean,
I
they've
don't
already.
care. I don't care, man. I'm telling you. This is like, I don't know. It's I've been yelling that since first trial. There's a way to win this case. All you care about is getting a not guilty for your client.
Look at that woman's face. Who's the one with the long hair?
Where?
Whose eyes started bugging out. Like these two are talking like happy, and then this woman over here seems like, look at her. She was like
Which one? What
the
color
one
shirt?
shrugging her shoulders with the long hair, moving her neck side to side.
That's the ex-girlfriend. That's John
That's
O'Keefe.
Carrie? That is not Carrie Roberts.
It's not Carrie Roberts. Carrie Roberts isn't John O'Keefe's ex-girlfriend. It's whatever that woman, whatever her name
I
is.
thought that everyone's been
One who wears
calling
his badge
Carrie
number.
Roberts her ex-girlfriend, and I was like, they just went to prom together. They're friends. I didn't realize there was an actual ex-girlfriend there.
Yeah, she was the one that was so prominent in the Max documentary. You're saying the one behind? I think it is Tara. Sure looks like her.
What? What is she saying?
Somebody said. Chrissy said that's not the ex-girlfriend. I think it is. Kaylee says that's not the ex-girlfriend. What's her name? Let me Google her. I forget. She's not in picture right now. Yeah, next to the woman with the epaulettes on her shirt there in black. She does look like McCabe, though. I should say that.
I must have misinterpreted what she was saying anyway. I think she just kind of has bug eyes. Like she might be a McCabe because she's got big eyes like
Yeah, that's what I say. She does look like a McCabe.
And I thought she was like kind of bugging her eyes out, like, oh shit, I just heard something. But
See in about 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury. Jurors right this way, please, with your notebooks and chairs.
What did she say? 20 minutes?
yep,
Wow.
they might have in court discussion. Let's see. You have some blooping time.
Not much. a little
Well,
bit.
enough to figure out if they're on a break or if she's gonna say something on the
That
record.
the world
Oh.
is unfortunately very unpredictable. And I'll tell you
Oh,
what,
boy.
having a great lawyer
Oh,
matters.
boy.
Oh boy.
Ooh, gotta hear that Eminem ad. You wanna hear that Eminem ad?
Yeah. Let's see. Let me see if Boston 10's got something going on in there. No, they got OnlyFan up. Well, I mean, look, at this point, it's all softball questions anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm. It's like you said when you came up. It's they're putting on a better case. Now, granted, the defense hasn't gone yet, so you can't reach any kind of conclusion. But the advantage to this case is it's 2.0. I've already seen it. You know, um, in my opinion, I don't think the Google search is going to get anywhere. I don't care what Green comes on and says. I don't think that's going anywhere. I don't think that is. I just don't think that that's going to be a thing. But we'll see how they're going to handle it. I mean, like Ali said, Jackson brought it up in closing. They definitely got into it. So, I mean, the jury's waiting for it. That's the problem with that. Like once you bring it up, God.
So, where's our poll on the split screen? Because I promised a family discussion here about
62 yes, 38 no.
Okay.
Keep the split. So,
I mean, I do love it in theory. I do find myself just watching the witness that's speaking, so I'm kind of focused on McCabe. Um, and I'm able to blow up my screen, which other people, aren't able to zoom in. Um, somebody changed their
oh
vote. I
yeah,
changed
that's
my vote now.
definitely not her. Yeah, that's not Tara Kerrigan. I pulled up some pics. Definitely not her. So,
Does
I mean,
anyone actually hate the split screen? Despise the split
it's
screen?
staying up. It's unequivocal. It's a landslide. It's 62-38 with
All right.
407 votes. So, I mean, I agree with you. I kind of like especially when we get to demonstratives. I mean, they're very small for y'all. I mean, I've got the big screen, so I got no problem with it. And maybe if people are watching on their TVs, it's not a
Well,
big
some
deal.
people on their phones are like, they can't see
Oh, they
anything.
can't see anything.
Everybody's just people are like, I want to change my vote. I hate it. I hate it. Despise it. Hate it. Don't like it. I don't hate it at all. I'm just thinking about y'all.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do.
I don't hate it.
Oh man. Oh man.
Wow, Mandy was like talking about things people hate. I'll make this sound.
Oh man. We dropped under 800 as soon as she played the cat voice.
No cats, Mandy.
No cats, Mandela.
All right, we're
All right, let
redoing.
me see. All right, I'm going to do a new poll because I think people answered real quickly now that they've had some. Okay. So,
If you're kind of indifferent, you like it, you don't like it, just abstain, But if you like really love it, need to have it, or hate it, get in on this vote.
yeah, I mean, you guys are who matter.
Right. And yeah, please don't think that I hate it because I don't. I was just concerned about you guys because I'm able to zoom in and I can see just fine.
All right. Okay, I started the new poll. Think before you
I think
impulsively vote.
hate it, need to have it. Like those should be the two.
I just put yay or nay.
All right. I like having it in the arsenal. I mean, I guess we could always be like, all right, I want to.
All right. Right now, nay is winning with 92 votes. It's at 54-46, 55-46. It's floating in there. So we'll keep an eye on it. We shall keep an eye on it.
All right, so let's
Um,
answer some questions. Let's see what we got over here. See what the people are saying. Um, oh, aspiring court reporter appreciates no ads.
yeah, I
Oh,
threw those all up
appreciati for
early.
no ads. Appreciati. Is that Italiano?
Sounds like it.
Thank you, Jason, for your generosity, gifting 5 memberships and new member staged right marketing and meetings. Tammy says, I was surprised at Vinny's take on Ian. How can you discount solid, credible phone experts prior to Ian? That was confusing to me, like the deleted text. Well, so I don't know what was.
I don't know. I didn't know what Vinny's take was. The last thing that I'm doing is watching more content after we're done streaming.
Where is the puppet, Bob? Where is the puppet?
I don't know. He's here
Well,
though. He's here somewhere.
work yourself up. Get
I
ready.
heard he's combing his hair. That's what I heard. Takes him
Um,
really long to take a shower. So
Quote in 1903. Thanks for your generosity. Says Jackson crosses like death by 1,000 cuts. We'll see. Let's see. Jim, thanks for your generosity. Don't deny us that puppet today. We kept receipts. Thank
Jim
you for
knows. Jim knows.
sharing your time. Kudos to mods and chat as well. Chris, thanks for your generosity. Chris Worthen. Alan Jackson is going to serve up some tea on cross. Let's hope so. Luna's mom, thanks for your generosity. Good morning. Meetings all day. I'll be in and out. Christy Silo, thanks for your generosity. Why do they keep pushing that Karen was screaming and frantic and crazy narrative? Isn't that just a natural response to finding your dead boyfriend? I honestly, I do not know. It makes 0 sense. It's bizarre. I don't understand what their thinking is. I think they're thinking like she knew she killed him, and that's why she was so frantic.
Right. She
'Cause
would
no
show
one else would be that frantic. But like you said, that's the natural response to finding your dead boyfriend.
or
Plus,
she was putting him on, like it was all an act. You know what I mean? Which is just such a bizarre approach. Like I just like any normal person in a jury is gonna be like I would have been hysterical myself. I would have been out of my mind, you know. Yeah, and my view on the word hysterical is it is super misogynistic. I didn't even mean to use it because it's just got a old-timey, shitty connotation in
well,
terms
she
of
was on her period. You know how uber hysterical women get on their period. Oh, I forgot my camera was off. Papa G, thanks for gifting. Wait, you're muted, Bay.
Oh, yeah, Kaylee, I know. Tracy found Young Jerks is streaming it. I think like the best approach is to try to call and get the Zoom code.
We have it.
We
It's the
do?
same. Yes. Stop
Do you
being goofy.
do you have good access to it?
Yeah, I think so. I'll find it.
Okay. I think the
Leslie.
timing of that would be pretty good.
Unknown caller. Leslie Hunter, new member. Thanks for your generosity. Gen X, girl lawyer. Thanks for your generosity. Crystal, thanks for your generosity. I think she's medicated thoughts. I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna guess, but I'll just say there's a notable difference in her demeanor and
Like
personality.
it's night and day. That's how big it is. It's like night and day. So Crystal says, Bob and Allie, I watched the first trial, and I'm telling you, as bad as I dislike Hank, if this trial ended right now, and I was a juror and had not watched the first trial, my vote would be guilty. It's crazy. That's what we're
See,
trying to say.
that's what I said earlier. I wasn't saying my vote would be guilty, and I'm not. And as Crystal is saying, I was saying I think the jurors' votes would be guilty because Bob and I have seen, and I think the Allen trial is a very clear example of that, with no evidence, how a jury just finds guilty. And when we were at this point, I think in the first trial, especially with Jen McCabe's testimony. It all started to fall apart. It just seemed like, wow, this, no, not
That is
buying it.
why ARCA is so critical. ARCA is going to have to save the day here. I promise you. ARCA is going to have to save the day, which means that Bob Alessi is going to have to save the day with an amazing direct where they break it down so that it's so clear that John O'Keefe was not struck by that vehicle. That's it. So I'm just telling you, there's going to be, well, Hank's not terrified of ARCA. Hank is smart enough to know that
How powerful.
ARCA is the only thing that is going to stop him from getting a guilty verdict on this case. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. They are critical. Make no bones about it. I've been saying that since the first trial. Yeah, well, Milo's mom, that was the problem. And that's what my fear is with the conspiracy stuff, that the ARCA stuff's going to get buried. Buried. I mean, the defense has the ability to be able to throw all kinds of possible scenarios out there. It's what we do. But in a case like this, when you've already had a trial, when you've at least had the ability to hear from one juror, that Ronnie guy, you can't discount what a juror in the first trial said. It would be foolish to do that. So, I mean, to me, I don't know.
So, Crystal, thanks for your generosity. And yep, I think Bob has now agreed that
Yeah, I
that was
agree.
not
That's
the
not Tara
girlfriend.
Kerrigan. As soon as I pulled
Pammy,
up,
Pammy, thanks for your generosity for Mr. Bob Singer Puppet hair products, hair care products. Dude, where's the puppet? What are you doing?
what do you mean? He's around. I don't know where he's at, like at this given moment. He's
Wow.
coming. He's coming. I promise.
Wow.
I pinky promise.
Thanks,
No, I don't break a
Carolyn.
pinky promise. Oh, also, I wanted to shout out.
Thanks, Big P, for your
We got a
generosity.
PayPal from Tony B yesterday. I promised Tony that I would shout her out today. So thank you very much if you're in here, Tony. Appreciate you so much. Yeah, I mean, there's no question. Allie's definitely on your side. She knows. She knows. Shweti, you think that my father is on the toilet? Maybe. He could be. He could be watching the McCabe testimony here, so he has a better idea. Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming that you're talking about McCabe, like a whole nother person has entered Jen McCabe's body because of her performance today. Mandy, I already said it's not Tara. I looked it up. You must have been away from the screen. I agree. It's not Tara. As soon as I Googled her, it was clear it was not her. Not even close, actually. Oh, I'll bark at you. You need to listen. Yeah, the Morning Constitutional. Did you say 8x10 there? No. I saw some pretty big pictures of her. Yeah, it was evident immediately. I saw her IMDb picture, and it was very, very clear. Oh, I didn't see those. I didn't see those. I just saw these. She looks very different. Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about, man. I see the picture where she's holding up the picture of John and looking down at it. Yeah. Yeah. Terry got kicked out of the court to make room for the Weak sisters. Yeah, that whole thing is just weird with her. It's bizarre. I mean, it's one thing to, like, I've certainly seen ex-spouses maintain some kind of friendship after the fact. To have somebody that you dated, and I don't even know how long they dated. How long did they date? For years and years, or I don't know. She gives me a weird vibe. Seems like a glommer, just glomming in, creeping in. I mean, I'd be curious to know what everyone else's opinion. Like, did she just pop up again?
These
Like,
goddamn grifters!
what's up, Bigley? Bigley Wiggly. Yeah, Fave stage 5 clinger is right. Yeah, I imagine they're about to get into it. All right. Well, thank you very much here. Jim says, as amazing as AJ is, I feel like this case is won or lost with Alessi and the experts. 100%, dude. Could not agree more. I mean, I've been yelling that from the rooftops forever. And I get the fact that the defense really wants to exonerate Karen, because I mean, you can get a not guilty. It's not the same thing as being factually innocent. You can absolutely be guilty of something and get a not guilty because the state couldn't prove their case. Now here, because of the ARCA witnesses, that is what makes me believe that Karen is factually innocent, not any of the other shit, because they just haven't proven it to me. I mean, do I think that it's a possibility that it could have occurred? Of course I do. But I'm not hanging my hat on it. Not if I'm defending Karen Reed. I mean, at the end of the day, because like I've said a million times, if you think that the guilters are going to change their mind if she gets a not guilty verdict, you're dreaming. You could sit on the Twitter machine all day and say, told you so, told you that. They're never going to change their mind, ever. So if you take that into consideration, like, these people are never going to be charged with anything. I guarantee it. Well, I'm not going to guarantee it. I'm going to go 98.9% that no one in that house has ever, because they're like, short of, I mean, the only reason I'm leaving that 1.2% is if somebody flipped, and there would have to be pressure that was being applied after the fact if they get a not guilty in this case, to where somebody flips. But why would they do that? I mean, if you survive 2 trials, if something did in fact happen in that house, and you've survived 2 trials, being called to the stand, like, why in the world would they flip? I mean, if the feds didn't dig anything up, and I that was had enough substance for them to say, all right, we think something went. I mean, I don't know, Nunya. I don't know. I mean, remember that DOJ investigation really started with Birchmore, and it bled into Reed, not the other way around. So I disagree. I disagree. I mean, I think that they looked up. Oh, put a little hoodie on. Oh, she wasn't ready.
Leave me backstage a sec.
All right. All right. I shall. It'll be a cop. Interesting. Really. That'll be a first. I mean, if it's a cop, what do you mean, to save their own skin type situation? I mean, I guess if I think about it, that's probably the only set of circumstances if there was a proffer, and they've got some cop that is on the ropes, criminally speaking, and they get that person to make a proffer and they spill, maybe. I wouldn't hold your breath on it, though, Nunya. I wouldn't hold your breath on it, man. I mean, I just had, like, at some point, it's going to boil down to, if this thing keeps going as it's going right now, if Brennan puts on a pretty strong case, at some point you're fighting for a mistrial again. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, cops can be immune, but not if there's intentional acts. They're not immune from shit. Like, I can just tell you, like, something that we've covered over here, which is that Ronaldo Guevara thing, who was the most corrupt cop in the history of cops, who put in 53 people on murder beefs here in Chicago, all of them convicted, all of the convictions based on false testimony, planted evidence, everything. And that came to light from a whistleblower cop, who is Bill Dorsch, who I've had on my channel many, many times. It's an insane story that I cannot believe has not had huge amounts of press about it. It's unbelievable. It's the most terrifying. It's the most terrifying thing I've ever heard. And so, in one of the first trials for the exoneration of one of his first victims, he took the fifth 50 plus times on the stand. It was unbelievable. like like questions like, did you do this? Did you use your confidential informant to uh identify an innocent person, this person, and just kept taking the fifth over and over and over again. It got to the point where you had a situation where the Cook County state's attorney refused to defend Chicago PD anymore in these cases. They're like, we're not going to do it, because typically that's what you get. Like, you'll get either the Cook County attorney's office or the attorney general will come in and defend these cases, depending on the situation. And it got to the point where they're like, we are not touching. They're paying out 20 million a pop on these cases. Anywhere I've seen awards for, I mean, all these people did either their entire sentence or no less than 15 years. And I'm talking about 53 completely innocent people that were imprisoned and convicted, who have been fully exonerated. I think last count, 47 of them have been fully exonerated. So, I mean, there are shit cops out there, just evil, evil, evil cops. So, Crystal, thanks for reading my message to chat. It was supposed to be a super chat, but thanks for your amazing coverage. Yeah. No, we so appreciate supers, but we don't limit comments that we throw up or answer questions to supers. That's just not how we are. I mean, I'm not lying that, you got to do a grift on YouTube. Like, I can't do this full time and not make any money. I mean, grifters. So, I mean, as far as the support that you guys give us, it's amazing. It's amazing. It's what allows the show to continue. So it's huge for us. I mean, we could not be, but it's like, kind of, when I look at the metrics in terms of ads, when they run, and they're so intrusive. They're so intrusive. Like, I couldn't imagine, because some people can't afford and or by principle don't want to pay for YouTube Premium to not have the ads. And if you're in the middle of a cross-examination like this, and like all of a sudden you're ripped into some obnoxious ads, I don't want that for y'all. So that's why we're gonna, for trials, it's not worth it for us, for you guys to have your experience ruined. So, we're not going to play ads. So, but like, and I don't know, like, I turn them on after the fact, but I don't know how much we make from ads anyway during a live stream. So, for us, your enjoyment far outweighs that. Far outweighs it. So that being said, we really appreciate when you guys show us the love. Truly. It's huge for us. I hope Allie's. So what my plan is, so if you guys were with us when we were driving home on Monday, or was that Tuesday? Yeah, Monday morning. It's entertaining. The Celebrate one website. Oh, thank you so much, Selena. We appreciate you. Let's see. Before or after the stream was in. Oh, Mandy. I think that was definitely after. I think I killed the stream 17 minutes in. So I'm telling you, when you're on the phone, or did Allie kill it? I can't remember which one of us killed it. I think I've taken the lead in killing streams now. I think I did it. I can't remember. It might have been Allie. I can't remember who did it. I'll take the bullet for it. But this motion that was filed by Betterow in Aiden Carney's case, we call it the Sofa Gate, or somebody else came up with a funny name for it. I forget what it was. It was a hashtag. Allie came up with it. I forget what it was. But that's what's being litigated today. So it's the Kate Peters thing that's litigated today, which obviously has bleed over into this trial. Obviously. We don't call it Sofagate, or what do we call it? I think it was McBribe. I think Allie came up with the McBribe case. I think that's what it was. So I would really like to hear that. So like Kaylee was saying, that's up today at 2. I don't know how that's going to jive with this, but I'm definitely we're gonna cover it, because we've been covering that case. I think it's an important case as far as our constitutional protections, as far as the First Amendment. It's like I've said, love or hate Aiden. I like anybody who's denying that he broke this story, period. It cannot be denied. And to me, that's journalism. That's all there is to it. I mean, you can hate the way that he talks to people and about people, but you cannot deny the fact that he broke the story. So, and I think that the ramifications of them weaponizing that witness intimidation statute in violation of the First Amendment is something that we should care about. I care about it. Because that has a real chilling effect. Because they used to refer to the media and journalism as the fourth estate, and their entire purpose. Now we've lost our way over the last decade or so, to where mainstream media, they're all bought and sold depending on who owns the companies, but independent journalists are alive and well, and they're the ones who hold the government's feet to the fire. They're the ones who are trying to dig out corruption, and we don't want anything in existence that's going to chill that. We just don't want it. Sarah became a new YouTube member. Family hug. Welcome. We love new family members. Welcome to the fam. Appreciate you. Meg P, for Bob telling us. Sometimes I got to tell y'all, Sometimes I got to tell y'all. You can take it or leave it, but I'm still going to tell you. Thank you, Meg. You're so delightful. Kristen, intro band, you guys helped me recognize the importance of innocent until proven guilty, no matter what. Love you. Thank you, Kristen. Those types of comments are always our favorite comments. 'Cause I just think that, when you're going through your life and you're watching content that, everything is on Discovery ID, Oxygen is all you're always seeing the prosecutors and the cops, the investigators in the case, and you rarely hear from the defense side of it. And I think that over time, and when you watch the news about a case, you're always hearing from the prosecution and the cops. You never hear from the defense attorneys. So it's very easy for people to not understand what our role is in this whole thing, what we do, what our actual job is, and I've spent so much time with Allie on this channel trying to give you guys a real understanding of what it is that defense attorneys do. I mean, obviously you see it at trials. Obviously, like that's what I was saying yesterday. I mean, I love a case like this where you've got so many people that are of the mindset that this person, Karen Reed, is factually innocent. And you realize in that moment, as you're watching it, just how critical defense attorneys are. I mean, there's always been that saying, everybody hates a defense attorney until you need one. I don't want it to be that. Everybody needs a defense attorney because we protect all of our rights from the government infringing on them. That's what we do. The bottom line. So thank you for that so much, Kristen. I appreciate that. Mary Holt. Yeah. Hit that one already. Thank you for being a member, Mary. Love you over here. Jimmy, I already read that one. And I could not agree more. Oh, wait, I don't know if I finished it. The order of the witnesses this time is definitely helping the CW. Yeah, 100%. It's an art to putting your case together and calling them. Like, that's what I was saying with respect to Ian Whiffen. Like, that's not an accident that he preceded McCabe directly. That was his way of keeping everything fresh in the minds of the jurors with respect to that Google search. It's effective. It's effective. I should make a new poll. I'd like to see what you guys say. I mean, are you still digging in? All right, split screen has taken the lead, 54-46. All right, I'm going to start another poll. Because I want to hear from you guys, because you guys are brilliant, and I want to know what you think. All right, so, and it's going to be related. Do you think that Jackson should lean into the 227 Google search? And I want you to think about it before voting. Just don't go yes or no. Think about it. Think about the impact and forget about how you're feeling about this case. You have to think everything that we're trying to teach you here is think about how it impacts those 12 people in the box that matter, with the additional 6 if you're talking about the alternates. Do you think, in light of, because I mean, I think Rich Green's fine, but I just don't know if it's going to undermine the credibility of the defense if they lean into that thing. So I'm going to see what you guys have to say. All right. Started that poll. Let me know what you all think. I want to hear it. I want to see it. Jessica. Until Brennan calls up law enforcement or the ME, there's no way to bring up his injuries or the car damage. He's scared to have them up in the stand for that very reason. I agree. I mean, those are that's the point. That's my entire point. Like the evidence, the scientific evidence, their own ME. Scoribello is not going to say that it was a homicide. I mean, she had it as undetermined, I believe. Again, when you compile that along with the ARCA evidence or their opinions, it just, to me, that's how you win this case. To me, that's how you win this case. I mean, if Allie and I were trying this case and Allie was like, you know what, man, I'm all about this conspiracy. There's too much weird shit. Brian Higgins going and destroying his phone. Like, but here's what shocked me. Quietly, I kept it to myself when we were watching the openings. And it was Jackson said something to the effect that Karen and John were not in an argument in the car when they were pulling up to 34 Fairview. To me, and I said it during the first trial, when all of the text messages came out between Higgins and Karen, that they had this relationship, as minute as it was certainly flirtatious. It was certainly Higgins was trying to hook up at some point. Karen started it. Higgins took the bait. And to me, it made the most sense in terms of if you're going to try to sell the story inside the house, that John became privy to that last text message or various text messages during that drive. If Karen plugged her phone in because she's hammered, not even thinking about that shit, I don't know how she has her shit set up in her car. I mean, if you plug your phone in and you have Apple Play or CarPlay, that you can have your messages appear and or read to you. So if that happened and John's hammered and they're arguing about that, and like my thing was like that gives me, as a guy who, if somebody's coming at my gal, like that would give me reason to go in hot to that house. That would have explained why something may have happened immediately. Babe, you're muted.
I just
So
don't even know that there's a lot of evidence that there's evidence that he was in that. He was
I
in that house, and
understand.
if so, for very long.
I understand completely. I agree. I don't think that they have the evidence that he went in. And if it's going to be Karen, that's what I was trying to say. He brought up the fact that they're going to be able to they're going to have witnesses, eyewitnesses. I thought he used plural. They're going to show that John O'Keefe went into that house. Is it going to be the Brian Higgins? Oh, I saw a guy with dark hair and who was 6 foot in that house. And or is it going to be Karen getting up there, who's then going to be impeached because I don't know. So if they're sticking, but they keep seeming that they're going to stick with it, so they have to try to prove it up.
Yeah.
What I was saying is that I'm surprised that they're not going to use that Higgins concept, that John found out about this thing that Higgins was hitting on his girl, and he went in there drunk Boston cop style to crack some skulls, and that shit went sideways. He's not doing that, because he said that they weren't arguing when they pulled up. So I don't know. I mean, look, in the one thing that we know for certain is that Yannetti, Jackson, Little, and Alessi know a hell of a lot more about the evidence than we do. So and they're all highly intelligent, competent lawyers. So they've had these battles. You can be guaranteed, absolutely guaranteed. Like Allie and I will go at it. Like if we're in the middle of a trial and we have a disagreement on how something should be handled, Allie usually wins because I'm no fool, but that kind of thing happens all the time when you have a team of lawyers. You want that pushback. You want somebody devil's advocating. You want to try to play it out in terms of how it's going to impact the jury, how it's going to work for them. are they going to buy it? You know, I mean, on the Garcia case, Allie was adamant. She's like, I don't give a shit. Like, we have to point the finger at somebody else. Reasonable doubt is not winning this case. And she was absolutely right. When you have 4 people deceased in the most violent manner imaginable, and one of them is an 11-year-old boy, an innocent, beyond all innocent, that jury is hanging somebody for that. And she was right. If we didn't have the ability to be able to point the finger at somebody else, even somewhat
All right,
convincingly,
something's happening in the courtroom, but before we go to that, this
there
person keeps
is.
asking you this question. Did you watch did
Is
you
it?
Mandy and I keep pressing it. All right, Mandy, you press it. Go ahead. All right. Did you watch Truth Revealed analysis of Rick Allen and Kagan Klein?
I did not. I watched his first one with his analysis of. I was trying to find his contact info. I found him on LinkedIn. I'd like to have him on. I thought his analysis was very interesting.
But
And
I
he's
haven't, so
got,
I'll watch it.
yeah, he's former LE, but he's got a very different approach to how he views things. I think we'd really have a great conversation with him.
All
So
right, is
I
anything
have
going
not.
on?
I have not watched the Kagan Klein one, but I will. It's on my list. Um, what do I think? I think that sounded like it had
Check
something to
court.
do. I've got it.
You see OnlyFan? You're
Yeah.
live? People, oh,
I see OnlyFan on both. I'm live on both. Here, I'll throw it up.
yes, please.
Okay.
I have to
Just so
look at my
people don't
face
get
so
nervous.
giant.
Okay.
I think the McCabe Zoom last night was something, this is just an assumption on my part, obviously, something about remind the witnesses they cannot mention X, Y, and Z. Maybe it's Turtle Boy, maybe it's the threats, maybe it's could be anything, something that they're not, or it could be don't say trial. Remind the witness not to say at the last trial
Yeah,
because
it
that was an
definitely
issue.
was something involving instructions from the court because, like, Canoni definitely knew what it was.
All right, so whatever's happening in court, media
Wait,
is not allowed
media
in.
isn't allowed in for what?
Whatever's happening in court right now.
Oh,
Judge's talking to the lawyers.
oh. You seeing that on the Twitter machine, Kaylee?
I'm sure they all are. People are
Oh,
everybody's
judge is talking to immediate family and attorneys only. Wow.
immediate family.
Wow.
Krista Rex, Tracy sent you a link. Ted Daniels is reporting it, Paige says. Kaylee says I'm tagging you.
Oh, okay.
So you're still on Law and Crime. Where did the um
So it
poll end up?
ended up the Yays had it. I think it ended up like 54-46.
Well, I think we should alternate. So I think this now when we come back, we should come back on the other one.
Wait, come back on what other one?
On the non-split screen. We
Wait,
could
but the split screen ended up winning the second poll too.
it's very close. I think we should alternate.
Huh?
The people who have cell phones, like, that's a struggle.
Huh? All right, here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. The one thing that I dislike about the split screen is they're never showing the attorney asking questions. I don't
They
like.
are. He's very little in the corner. I can see him.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, but other people were saying that in the chat as well. But
Am
he's
I
just
blocking him with my big head? Like,
what?
I didn't see
Are
on the
you
split.
blocking him with your big head?
Yeah, like on the side screen. Like I'm not. All I'm seeing is the table and either the witness or the
Right, but
screen.
in the very corner of the between the two screens, you can see a piece of Allen.
What?
Go back.
Really? Okay. Yeah, I missed that.
Really quick.
That was fairly quick,
Liam?
yes.
Oh, heck no, dude.
That's
No.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that ain't it. That ain't it. That's
Really quick.
That was fairly
you meant
quick,
they had like a
yes.
little box of them.
Oh, no, I meant like you get a
Like,
little.
like, why do they think we want to watch just defense counsel table? That's weird.
All right, so I am officially protesting, and I want when we come back, we go back to
Boston 10.
yes, that's how I rule.
I think it's weird that they just have it trained on the table. Like, is it so we can watch Karen the whole time?
Yeah,
Mandy says, walk out, Allie. Do a walkout.
I don't need to. I got this. I got this.
Oh, boy. All right, so you want me to go to Boston 10. Boston 10. All right.
Someone died? Wait, what?
What are we talking about?
I don't know if people are just guessing. This is
Wait, what?
I don't know. This said
Megan, what? What are they saying something on the Twitters? Let me see.
all right, I'm gonna get 10 up. Put it up. Gonna take control. I'll pause when I want.
All right, I'm trying to see if there's anything on the Twitters.
You get that for us, baby. Have you been maximizing the sound, boosting it?
What?
It's all right.
I mean, there is no sound right now.
That's all right. I'm sure.
Yeah, no, I've got it. I am I've got the YouTube booster.
All right, well, I
No,
took
you
over.
pause too much. I'm pulling.
Nope. I took over.
No, I'm
All
pulling.
right, fine. Then just put on Boston 10.
I did.
Oh, okay.
did.
I'll stop sharing my screen.
I did.
You win that one. I win one. You win one.
You're the boss.
It's
Wait.
fair.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I agree. I think.
Oh, have we always seen that little fire
Yeah.
alarm?
I mean, sometimes we get a tighter shot.
No, she's got a friend.
I'm not seeing anything. Okay, so Rustin says something going on in Karen retrial. The morning break has been extended. There was a meeting with the judge, attorneys, and families.
Kaylee says Paul is in the district attorney. Check text from Tracy. Tracy sent you. I think he is.
Who?
The text from Tracy.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay. A court officer is telling everyone on the second floor they need to go to the first floor except attorneys waiting to enter an adjacent courtroom. Reed's parents exit the courtroom. Paul, Aaron, and Peggy O'Keefe step off the elevator and into the courtroom. The door closes again. Still in recess, the court clerk has told reporters to leave. They say the family wants to talk to the lawyers and immediate family only. The courtroom, ooh, wow, the drama of this case.
Wait,
So
all
much
the
drama.
attorneys? The family wants to speak to all the attorneys?
Only the attorneys present.
No, but I mean,
That's
suspicious.
They say the judge wants to talk to the lawyers and the immediate family only. The judge wants to talk to, not the family.
Okay.
Courtroom door closes. That was at 11:04, so 12:04. Oh no, yeah, 11:04 their time. It's been a half an hour.
Aiden's hearing is pushed according to Bell. Oh, he gone. What? I wonder what happened. Oh, there he
I don't
is.
know. That makes that easier. All right, that T hit. I'll be right back.
Oh boy.
Not good.
Man, Mandy's put a lot of new sound bites.
What?
All right. Everybody seems perfectly fine. The mood, the vibe doesn't seem different or off. Tiny desk man seems happy. Everybody looks relaxed, normal.
All right, so
They're saying like the brother people are sitting in different spots. Paul's sitting in a different spot. Why did they move? He's sitting next to Peggy. He never sits next to Peggy.
huh.
Pointing by Yannetti. Smiling by the defense. Oh,
Wow.
the jury's coming back. Oh no, don't show us Chandra Zilla.
Is that the chandelier?
Yeah. Drizella. Chandrizella.
Selena, thank you. Thanks for the coverage. We appreciate you. Paige, really appreciate the no ads. Also, do you think it's odd that Jen mentioned the car repairman was at John's house the day after? I mean, that's new, right?
I don't even remember. I must have been dealing with some stuff in the house here.
I mean, she added some details to her version of the truth. There's no question about that.
Jurors, thank you for your
Thank you,
patience.
Paige.
Sometimes there are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Jackson, could we please have Ms. McCabe back in here? Oh.
Yeah, I was wondering about the curtain. What the hell is the curtain? Maybe it's like
The curtain is to help with the glare on the screen, I believe.
okay.
Can Proctor take the fifth on cross this time? Nah.
I mean, he could, but can't
I mean,
imagine
he could.
will.
He won't.
Was Proctor there?
But thank you for that, Dawn. We appreciate that. No, Proctor's not there yet. Meg P. Excuse me.
Oh, pig.
Why have we not
Mr.
talked
Jackson,
about
go
the
right
power
ahead.
of this trial?
We'll have
Hasn't come
Al.
up yet.
When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie?
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With,
So you know,
Who?
friends of
I asked
friends.
you about, I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit,
Yeah,
a little
because
bit
that one
vague.
sounded a little.
Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister,
yes,
and obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through
tone.
Kevin Albert?
not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother,
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
the Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by
Bob took it back.
another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview or that interview. You were contacted at your
Like how he
residence
did
by
that.
these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that,
On that same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
yes, it was brief.
All right.
No one asked.
Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that.
Yes,
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
correct.
Completely separate agency. Is that right?
Yes,
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
yes,
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
they were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022, as a witness or otherwise.
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you about, basically, about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes,
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, come on.
They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes,
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
yes,
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
they didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe,
Mhm.
you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes,
They were
correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes. Brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Jury's peeking
Before
up
leaving,
now.
however,
Perking up.
those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely.
She's even asking to see it differently. Can I see what you're asking me about? I'd like to see
I may
it.
have just a moment,
Being
Your Honor.
very casual about it this time.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
First, I'm going to ask you,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report of that interview, just generally. Yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
If I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, for court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
You could review those 2 paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
She's
In
trying to
reviewing
control
those
her
paragraphs,
emotions. Deep
refresh your
breathing, deep
recollection
breathing.
as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially. I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval.
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes,
and Carrie Roberts.
correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first 2 calls you made, your husband,
Right.
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door, I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home, correct?
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay, yes,
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was my next
Oh,
question.
yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if
I
you
just
enter
asked
our
yes or no.
town, she's,
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
oh, sorry, I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes,
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
no,
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted, but if
yes.
she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What'd they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes,
That
is
was your
correct.
that was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
you wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them so that your story could somehow align or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason
more
to
than that.
So
I'm
let her
sorry.
let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe, you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming, because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what we were telling you is just the truth, there would be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when.
She's staying really calm.
There's no inquiring. It's like when you're when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question,
Right? She's answering it.
an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Jepson.
Judge.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Is that yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true? Was it
I-
the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement. Yes or no, ma'am?
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people, that you contacted others, in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie?
That was false.
That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe,
False.
a lie, correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If I
Okay, let
could
me ask it a different way.
if I could explain,
Let me ask it
it
a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents
Okay.
asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch
what?
the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency,
He
the members of that law enforcement agency
pause it real quick.
contacted you Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted.
So he keeps trying not to use agents because she doesn't want it to imply federal. So by using agents, it's federal. So when he says law enforcement agency, that's okay. Law enforcement officers, that's okay. Law enforcement, that's okay. She doesn't want him using the words agent. And that, my friends, is bullshit. Why in the fuck does she think it's more prejudicial that it's federal agents as opposed to any other law enforcement agent or officer or agency? Like, what is her problem?
Between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. Or any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no,
She
correct?
was finishing her answer.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two
Oh, stop.
I'm gonna be
officers from a
honest.
different
I
agent
know.
had
And she
come
stopped
in,
herself.
were
Right,
asking
we
me
gotta rewind
questions,
it.
or they had
Now
said,
I
can I
talked
come in
over
and
her.
ask you questions?
So
At first, I thought they were
bullshit.
selling
You
something.
have
Then
been
they
trained. You have been
officers from a
taught.
different agent had come in,
Go
were
back
asking me
again.
questions. No, because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That's,
non-responsive.
so next question. Mr.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else,
Mhm.
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband. Objection.
Sustained.
What? He didn't get to ask his question, Your Honor.
They left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe? Objection.
Sustained.
What?
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only
This is
answers
bullshit.
to questions. are
This is
evidence. Be
bullshit.
mindful of that.
She
They were
doesn't
next-
do this when
Yes.
Brennan does it. She says he's got to get out his questions. Rewind it because I talked over it because you have control and I can't pause.
Jurors, I lied to you and I better.
That was
Did you
it.
call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence. Be mindful of that.
They were
Next, yes.
What total bullshit. She's like, you've got to let Brennan get his full question out before you object. And then she doesn't do that with the defense. And then as soon as the defense asks a question, when she sustains objections to Brennan, she never once admonished the jury about that. Never once. What in the fuck is going on?
Well, I don't even understand what the basis of the objection was.
Me
Was it
neither.
hearsay? I mean, for that last
wasn't
question, it could have been
hearsay.
The preceding one definitely wasn't hearsay.
It's, did you say this words? Not, is it true? Did you tell them you were calling back because your husband said you lied? So maybe she's saying that it's
Well, he said that your husband said that you lied and you should call back law enforcement.
But that she said those words, not whether it's true or not, that she said them.
That Matt said them?
No,
I think
that
his
Jennifer
question.
McCabe said them when she called back law enforcement.
Oh,
She said, I'm calling you back because my husband said I lied to you and I should clear that up.
And say, conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Should call them back. Mr. McCabe, your husband.
Objection.
Sustained.
That's the objection I'm talking about. He didn't even get a question out.
They left you their card so
That's
you could call them if need be,
screaming
correct?
about.
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
That is not objectionable.
Right. That's just a question.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that. Next, yes.
Wow.
Yes. Bloop. Unbelievable.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie,
Mhm.
but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm just
Yeah.
asking yes or no. You know the
I
number?
know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works
Miss-
for the district attorney's
Thank you,
office.
Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself.
Oh,
Correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
Who's property.
And on whose lawn
Right.
John O'Keefe was found dead or dying.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them. Correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers. Correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
Bullshit. No
And
one's
all of a
buying
sudden,
that.
you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going
What?
to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further, Mr. Jones.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to
When did she have time to brush her teeth with all these fucking phone calls? I just
January
brushed my
28th.
teeth. Liar.
You had gone
What
out
a
drinking
liar.
with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister. Yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin. Correct.
Albert. Right.
Yes.
I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along.
Yeah. Yes.
Sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not.
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that.
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Colakitases and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar, we were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other, I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakitis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
If we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another, correct?
I don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys just, I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video, it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they didn't notice punching each other.
Right.
I get that.
Mm-hmm.
Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see.
I saw them together. It's blurry, and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands.
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Playfully grabbing each other, fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed. And I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah,
Okay.
in the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're big guys, yeah.
Big boys. A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night,
Yes.
correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, why don't you come with me?
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside, the surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you?
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the Waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room. And they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures. Or maybe the Sun and the Marines, they might have been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, this is your, I'll take care of this next. Can you just take a look at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes,
Do you recognize that photograph?
yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a,
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. What would be the next in order?
Exhibit F for identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, just a moment, Your Honor. Okay. Exhibit number, is that Mr. Wolf? 3. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved. With the court's permission, it's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes,
What is that?
that is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house. Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is. Right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah, if you like just right there, you know, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles? Did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you can
No.
describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked, whose Jeep is that?
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox. Is that right?
Yes,
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway. Is that right?
yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the drive. I mean, here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. And at any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband?
What? Is this
That's
is this
suspicious.
wait, is this like husband wife immunity? My brain's
Was
not
there
working.
any other car on that curb line, if you will,
Spousal
other
immunity?
than when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
Pause it, babe. That's probably it. Now that I'm thinking about it, they must recognize spousal immunity.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that in the chat. I thought
Oh, okay.
that sounded right, like a while back, like a few minutes ago.
Marital privilege prevents a spouse from being compelled to testify. Well, or that the privilege applies to, conversations that they had and stuff like that. So, all right, somebody mentioned it. Go ahead.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was a normal, it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yeah.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there,
Mhm.
Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case. Correct?
No,
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
he did. I asked him to come. Yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house. Yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. We were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Babe, can you pause
Do you
it?
remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the...
Because a lot of people are asking. So I'm going to read the spousal privilege rule in Massachusetts, and this is under spousal disqualification. In any proceedings, civil or criminal, a witness shall not testify as to private conversations with a spouse occurring during the marriage. This disqualification shall not apply to, like a thing between people, between spouses, a contract, paternity action, prosecution for, non-support, child abuse, any criminal proceeding in which a spouse has been charged in a violation of vacated declaration of a deceased spouse. Okay, so nothing that would apply here. And that doesn't require someone to claim the privilege. When you're talking about spousal privilege, you're talking about technically that a spouse can't be compelled to testify in a proceeding against the other spouse. And in that situation, only the witness spouse may claim the privilege. But for spousal disqualification under B, that's just no one can testify. You cannot ask someone to testify about a private conversation with their spouse.
Amanda's asking, does it have to be invoked?
No, not for Section B, which is under spousal disqualification. It has to be invoked when you're talking about spousal privilege, meaning you can't testify against against a proceeding against your spouse, and then it gets invoked only by the witness spouse may claim the privilege. Like if your husband or wife is the defendant, they can't say, "Oh no, my spouse can't testify." It's up to the spouse if they want to testify or not. But for the spousal disqualification, no, it doesn't need to be invoked, at least not based on this reading of the rule under A, spousal privilege. They actually have a specification of who may claim the privilege. The language here says a witness shall not testify as to private conversations with a spouse occurring during the marriage.
Thank you.
The location of the SUV. Do you remember? Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said. Yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman? Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words. No.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes,
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
yes,
That includes Chris and Julie Albert.
yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins.
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was
Yeah,
still
she
in that
didn't mention the
sort of
harassment.
friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during
here's
that
where I am.
conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family, my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened.
And you told
Questions
them.
like that, and I absolutely told them. But
Okay.
it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody. Well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not.
You're
No.
not a trained investigator.
No.
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
No.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking
Just
you
answer the
reason.
question.
I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was
Look how she
separated
looks
in
at
that
Drew like,
house. Or is everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. I'll try this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family who are witnesses, were they separated from each other? By law enforcement?
At that
answer
point,
the
I don't
question.
think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are.
Mhm.
I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Were you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then you promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No,
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by
But
himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when.
Well,
He arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
But he followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in the
right.
house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes.
Do you remember testifying at the grand jury?
Yes, the one back in
April.
April.
I think,
Yes, yes.
2022.
Yes.
That sounds
Yeah,
right?
it sounds about right. Yeah.
You remember being there in an ante room with some other folks?
What's an ante
An
room?
ante room, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for your testimony?
Yes.
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same ante room?
Yes.
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
So in answer to my question, you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was a
No,
full-size German
it's
Shepherd.
a full size. Yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so, you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running. Chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
Was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34th Fairview, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview. Yes.
And on the lawn of 34th Fairview,
Yes.
where first responders were responding, correct?
Yes.
And you said my client is screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
Yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts was screaming back at her,
Yes.
shut up or shut the fuck up, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert. Yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes.
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that right?
Yes.
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
Yes.
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through. correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, honey, can you wake up? There's something we need to talk about. You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all. Objection.
Sustained.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No.
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
No.
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
No.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mhm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. Doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No.
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
No.
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
No.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have
dog.
you ever heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert? Anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
Stranger.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers? Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
That's our next question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He needs to ask the question, when you typically go over to your sister's house, and quit harping on, like, like whenever he tries to switch it over to Brian, it bugs me. I get why he's doing it, but for her, it's her sister's house. But you can establish what Chloe's habit is. Like, if we were to ask anybody, like if we were to have any of Cameron's friends on the stand, we'd say, what does Nanook do to you every single time you walk into our house? Oh, well, he jumps on my chest. And then Bob and Allie are yelling, get down, get down. I mean, when you go over to somebody's house, you know what their dog does. I just don't understand why he's not getting into that unless he doesn't know the answer to it.
Right. That's what I was going to say.
Because, I mean, to me, our dog can hear everything that's going outside. If somebody's walking their dog in the sidewalk in front of our front yard, Nanook is losing his shit. If he sees a squirrel, he's losing his shit. If he sees a rabbit, he's losing his shit. Scraping at the door, barking, he loses it. Dogs have much better hearing than we do. There's no way in hell that Chloe is not hearing what is going on, all the commotion that is going on outside. I just wish he'd get into this a little bit more with her.
And any of our diehards, remember we did that little murder mystery where the clue, where the hint was, that somebody couldn't have snuck in the house without us knowing because the dog would have started barking.
Yeah, I get the sense he's moving on, but I think that he left some on the table there.
And you would think that Karen would know. Well, Karen's never been there. That I'm sure that they know somebody who's not like part of this crew that's been there that would know how the dog typically reacts when someone walks in the house.
She would know. It's her sister's house, for fuck's
She
sake.
would, but like we were saying, if he doesn't know the answer type of thing.
Yeah, but true crime junkie, that's not my point. Like my dog knows tons of people that come in, but he still has his habit of what he does. We can't break him from playfully jumping up on people. That's how he hugs people. Like he's excited. He loves when people come to our house. He's good with people. He's the opposite of being bad with, dogs that are bad with people. You're like, all right, we got to put the dog in a room because he's a barker and he terrifies everybody. Our dog doesn't do that, but still he's aggressively friendly. So we know that, everybody that comes
aggressively
to our house
friendly
knows that he is.
He wants to kiss and hug you.
He really does.
If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last
I'm feeling the
person
same way.
to leave the house 34 Fairview on the early morning hours of
Leah.
January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you. At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Pause
Yeah,
it
that
real
sounds
quick,
about right.
babe.
Mhm.
Oh, you got a break.
Okay, so if you remember
Can we
yesterday,
take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3?
she testified that while they were all sitting at the table, somebody said, "Oh, a car's just pulled up." Where before she said the blinds were down, you couldn't see outside from the table.
Right.
May I approach?
Yes.
Forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McCabe.
Thank
One
Why
you.
more
does
point
it
of reference.
make it look like
Can
the
you please
flagpole's in the
show
center of the
jurors
house?
Where Brian and Nicole
The
Albert's
angle.
bedroom window is in
Not
that
an
photograph.
accident.
Sure, it's right there.
Uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Making it look like he's snowed in. He can't even get out.
Yeah, approach.
Snowed in.
I mean, I think that was post blizzard. So there was a shit ton of snow.
Well, yeah, I know. But
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle,
yep,
her
but
SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time, sorry.
The first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and looked out the door
Mhm.
and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
Again, I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights, lights like over here somewhere, if the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left
Yes.
is
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do. Yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out
Mhm.
the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Bonnie, she was in the house. Mr.
Yes.
Craig. She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She went outside of the house.
Paid the 34 therapy from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house, the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You
the
knew all
time.
this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened
I
outside
didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Let her finish her answer.
It's not rocket science.
Go ahead.
Say yes and we'll move on.
I didn't. What
It's
happened
called
outside was
non-responsive,
separate
Your
from
Honor.
anything that happened
It's
inside.
called
I'm
non-responsive.
going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustain.
Gonna give you a
Indeed,
bedtime.
once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
That's suspicious.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night.
That's, what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Oh.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m., 12:23 a.m. sound right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
See, so now she's also not demanding to see it before she answers.
Yeah.
But he's going to show it to you anyway. That it's that good at this point. Jaws sound.
Take a look at that transcript, that column. You can read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to yourself.
I'd like to be heard.
All right, why don't you come to council?
What do you need to be heard for? That it's hearsay, that it's an answer based on hearsay.
All right, we got some blooping. Oh,
But it's supposed to just refresh her recollection. So if it refreshes her recollection to the time, he's going to make her ask it, maybe make him ask it appropriately.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Take a look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we've been discussing.
I would have said, just look at it and tell me when you're done.
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't
Okay.
really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
That's what you?
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection.
Objection. asked.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
Yes.
That's, see, I knew that was what it was going to be. And I would have asked it a little differently. Look at it and then,
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing.
just look at the time, McCabe. You kidding me?
Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but
That's
in
not
my
question.
memory.
That's not my question. I have to do it this way. Mr.
Okay,
Case.
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here?
Well, she
having
said she
read
didn't look
this,
at the time,
as
so
to
we
the
should
time
have her look
that
at
was
it.
reflected on that screenshot?
I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I
And that-
did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
Withdrawn.
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's here.
Yes, something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
She knows
You did
that she was
see
right there.
Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside?
When she walked out and then came back inside.
Soon after she went out, she talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been
not what I'm
Not
asking.
according to.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
Okay.
it's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're
Come
going to
the
talk about
fuck on.
the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're
Oh my
indicating
God,
that,
stop saying
and I
to
want to
the
be clear about
side.
this,
Mhm.
as you're looking out that storm door window,
Mhm.
going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep, is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss
I'm gonna
Reed's
fall
car,
asleep
and then I
too.
went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep,
Mhm.
a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I
That's
can't
not
give
what I
you the
asked you.
exact location.
I asked you what you testified to before.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins' Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that.
Mhm.
What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck,
Mhm.
or SUV rather. So just behind that is left, as you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it there. I mean, it's a 5,000-pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay. And I'm asking
All
for
right.
what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked and you saw Brian Nagel's truck. Then you saw Higgins' Jeep. Then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
And I have one more question.
one more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there. And in my peripheral vision, I saw lights. And then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
Alan, you better sharpen this shit up. You better sharpen this shit up.
Such a huge point you're making because, frankly,
Thank you.
the jury has zero idea
No
why
idea.
the fuck he's beating this thing to death.
No clue.
No clue. They have
None.
no. They are not us. Like I'm seeing everybody in chat. She's a liar. They don't know that. They don't know that. So he's hammering away at these points that to a jury must seem completely inane. He's got to tighten his shit up. Allie nailed that shit on the head. I mean, he's like at this point, they have no idea who the fuck Brian Higgin is, other than some dude that was in the house. They don't have the significance of it. He's got to really try to change the course of this thing, the way that he's handling it. He's got 45 minutes to figure this shit out. You know, it's like he should have started with, in my estimation, after he handled all the prep shit, which we knew he was going to handle initially. Start with the discovery of John. Start right there, and then move your way backwards from it. And then move back in front of it after they discover it to all the shit that happens after that. Like, you've got to start with John being discovered there. And then you can go backwards into the night prior, leading up to it. I don't know.
All right, I've got it booted up. I say that we start her cross at like arriving at Fairview.
Okay. You're talking about last year's cross.
Yeah, for the lunch.
Yeah,
break.
and this will be an excellent opportunity if you've forgotten to just how unhinged she was during last year's trial. I mean, he is not, like, I see people saying, "Oh, there comes crazy eyes," and the eyes are watch. She has completely done a 180. Like, he's not getting it. Like, he's not getting to her the way that he's hoping that he would. I mean, all right, you guys check that out.
Oh, we got to put a little, well, I'll play it and then I'll make a thingamajig.
All right, I'm pulling this down. Oh, a banner.
Now, after that second phone call, did you speak to Mr. O'Keefe on the phone?
Oh,
at any point in
shoot.
time after?
I got her direct. I thought I was on her
Oh, all right. I've got her
cross.
You want me to pull it up?
Well, but I want you to start it at the right spot. So let me.
Are you on the Court TV one or the NBC 10?
No, I was on Court TV, but get it wherever you want. I don't know if that gives you the little splices to tell you what the thing, where they're starting. And the cross might be shorter than I'm thinking, so you might be able to just play the whole
My
thing.
cross is 3 hours.
Oh yeah, you better pick a good spot. Like Law and Crime will have the breakdown.
Line 34, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox.
Is this where you want it to be?
Yeah, make it widescreen.
About there, correct?
I'm going to do it at 1.5.
And the rear end of that Jeep would be butting up against the driveway,
Yes.
or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
That's quite a bit of detail about where that Jeep was. Would you agree?
No, because I drove down the street and I took a left into the driveway and there was a Jeep there.
Okay. What I'm asking is, you didn't just say, your memory was not just somewhere in front of a house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox, the front end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
It did, because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband at any point?
Not sure.
You're not sure? You might have.
I'm not sure if I said, whose Jeep is that?
No, I don't mean then. I mean between then and now. Have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, or your memories of where that Jeep was?
Possibly.
You're aware that he put the Jeep in the exact same place that you did.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am.
Do you guys have
Oh, wait, no.
sound?
Excuse me. Repeat the question?
You're aware that he puts the Jeep in the exact same spot you just put the Jeep, right in front of that mailbox, right?
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know?
Yeah, I've got it at 1.25. Is that too fast for y'all? I'm trying to get through as much of it as we can in 45
No,
minutes.
put it at 1.25. Just make sure you have a booster on because I don't see the 2x bolted. There you go.
Okay. All right, yeah, I'll keep it at 1.25. You'll get accustomed to it. You'll get accustomed to it after a minute.
Where the Jeep was because you told him what to say about the Jeep?
Absolutely not. It's because we drove together in the car and I asked. I possibly could have asked.
One at a time, please, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
step on
what's
your word.
thinking
It's
at
okay. You
one?
can continue.
They
Thank
seem
you.
to be going
Appreciate that.
faster. on
I don't
this.
think we got your answer, though.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Madam Court Reporter was asking for your answer.
Can you repeat your answer?
To the question of did he know where the Jeep was?
All right, we'll see y'all in a bit.
Bye.
I did not need to tell Matt where the Jeep was. He knew because we were in the car together.
But you two discussed it.
When are you asking?
At any time between January 29th and today.
I'm sure we have, yes.
You were also interviewed by Trooper Proctor on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked a series of open-ended questions. What did you see and where did you see it, correct?
Yes.
Have we put any words in your mouth?
No.
Have we told you what to say at that time?
No.
And you told Trooper Proctor that when you arrived at the scene, after you got there, you, quote, first observed the vehicle, meaning Miss Reed's SUV, parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
Do you have something I can look at to refresh my memory?
Sure. Do you not have a memory of exactly what you told Trooper Proctor?
Well, I know what
Yes or no? You need your memory refreshed?
I would like to see what the report says, please.
Permission? Yes. Thank you. Paragraph 3.
Mhm.
This is the face page. You'll review that, especially the highlighted portion. Let me know after you've reviewed it. Just read it to yourself. Did you have that, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I know I told,
All I'm asking you, I'm so sorry to do this, I don't mean to be rude. I'm just asking you, does that or does that not refresh your recollection?
regarding,
What you said to Trooper Proctor on the 29th?
well, I know what I said to Proctor Trooper on the 29th.
Okay. I have to do it this way, it's court rules.
Mhm.
Does that help you with your recollection of what you told Trooper Proctor?
I didn't tell I told Trooper Proctor the car was outside when I looked at the front door and was straight outside.
I can't quite get the answer I'm looking for. The court is going to require me to ask this question again.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your recollection, yes or no, as to what you told Trooper Proctor? Yes.
I did not say this to Trooper Proctor, no.
It doesn't help.
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. So you did speak to Trooper Proctor on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Proctor asked you some very specific questions about where things were, correct?
Correct.
Focused on Miss Reed's SUV, didn't he? Asked you questions about where Miss Reed's
If
SUV
you
was.
can show me in the report.
Just read it.
So just off of what I just read, is that what you're going off of? Yes?
I'm asking for your memory. You're testifying.
Yes, so my memory is exactly where the car was.
Hold on. So it's very important that both of you, one person at a time, speaks.
Okay.
Madam Court Reporter has to do what you're both saying, and she can't do it simultaneously. So the best way to do that is, Ms. McCabe, just let counsel ask the question and
Okay.
then you answer. And if it takes a lot more time than we expect it to take, it does.
Okay.
So just
Thanks.
go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll slow it down. Did you talk to Trooper Proctor about where the SUV was?
Yes.
Thank you. And he asked you questions about where it was situated outside, correct?
Yes.
And you told him that you first observed it parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
I told him that when I looked out the front door, the car was straight ahead. And yes, it was facing up Chapman.
That you left out a little part by the driveway, correct?
That could have been his interpretation or an error on his part.
I see. So Trooper Proctor is wrong about what you said.
Objection.
No, I'll let him have it. Do you think he's wrong about what you said?
I 100% said it was straight out the front door.
Okay, next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. And during the course of that conversation, you never once, Ms. McCabe, not once, mentioned a several-ton Jeep with a snowplow attached to it, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Let's take another look at the report. Would that refresh your recollection to see the report?
Objection.
Do you think that will help you?
I'll take a look at it.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Direct your attention once again to paragraph 3. You've had an opportunity to review.
I have, yeah.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That looks like a report from Trooper Proctor of your interview, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken just a few hours, not days or weeks, hours after the events in question, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked what you saw, what you observed in front of 34 Fairview on that morning, correct? I'm sorry, the night before, correct?
He asked specific questions about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And when you said where you remember Miss Reed's vehicle being, you placed it in the exact spot where you're now saying there was a Jeep with a snowplow on it, correct?
Incorrect. I never placed Miss Reed's car in the spot where Mr. Higgins' vehicle was.
So as Trooper Proctor was taking notes about what you were saying, he just got it wrong.
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
I will. And you never mentioned, according to that report, not one word about a Jeep, right?
I may never have been asked about a Jeep.
So if you weren't asked about a Jeep, you also weren't asked about a Nissan Altima. Mention that?
No.
Right. Because what he asked you was, what did you observe in front of the house? Ma'am, that's what he asked you, wasn't it?
No.
And you said, I observed her car by the mailbox.
No.
And you never mentioned the Jeep, did you?
You are not portraying what the conversation was.
Did you or did you not mention a Jeep sitting on that, right by that driveway, Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Now, following the events of January 28th, 29th, you spoke extensively to Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
What do you mean by extensively?
Did you speak at all?
Yes, we did.
Between then and now, to Chris and Julie Albert.
Do I speak to Chris and Julie Albert
Have you spoken to them about these events between then and now?
about this case? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking about this case.
Of course, I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
That wasn't my question. My question was, did you talk to them about this case, Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
I realize you want to give additional answers and editorialize. I'm asking you very specific questions.
Objection.
Okay, so objection as to the form. We've talked about this at Sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
You've talked to them about the details of that night, correct? The 28th going into the morning of the 29th?
Yes.
You've talked to them about what happened at the bar, correct?
We've spoke about how we were all at the bar and Karen and John came in.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You've spoken to them about your memory of what happened at the house at 34 Fairview that night, correct?
Yes.
You've spoken to them about who was at the bar, not just what happened, but who was there, correct?
Correct.
You talked to them about the timing of the night, correct?
I don't think specifically, no.
When people came to the bar, when they left, when people got to Fairview, when they left Fairview, things of that nature.
Well, they were at the bar, so they know who was there and when they left.
And ask if you know what they know. I'm asking if you've ever spoken to them about these issues. Yes or no?
I can't be sure if we've spoken about the timeline.
And you've talked to them about when they got there and when they left.
I have no idea when they arrived at the waterfall.
Once again, Ms. McCabe, that's not what my question was. Do you understand my question? Have you spoken to them about their memory of that night and when they came and left?
They have not shared with me when they got there or when they left.
In the 2 years or 2.5 years since this event, you've had extensive conversations with your friends and family about this circumstance, correct?
Correct. Yes.
You've told them your observations, your story, correct?
Correct.
Your observations of the night.
Correct.
And they told you their observations of the night, correct?
Correct.
So y'all have compared and contrasted your perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
And you've talked to them extensively about your observations and what your story or your version is. Is that right?
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than twice?
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking the questions, Ms. McCabe. That's how this works.
I understand, but extensively would mean almost every day.
Do you talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
What about the specific facts of the case?
No, it's the facts aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken about.
Understood. So you've told them your version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version of the events.
Correct.
And remind me, Chris and Julie Albert are, in fact, Colin's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you became aware that your daughter, Allie, was involved in this matter to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You became aware that there was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts.
That's not how I became aware now.
Like 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
That's what I'm asking about.
Mhm.
You became aware that you know your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
You know that your phone was extracted.
Yes, I handed it over.
And you know that your daughter's whereabouts were revealed based on data on that phone, correct?
That is not how I became aware of my daughter's whereabouts.
You testified at the state grand jury, questioned by Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the Life 360.
Yes.
You answered those questions very fluidly.
Yes.
Yes, I know what Life 360 is. I use it all the time. It's an app, etc.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a second. You admitted that it works as a, quote, GPS as far as where people go and everywhere that you go, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that it works as a reliable, quote, unquote, tracking device, was your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote, so you know where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
Correct.
And you even said that it's a, quote, unquote, good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
But you said, when you testified in front of the great grand jury, that it's accurate and it works as a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that?
Can I see it?
Sure. May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
Lines 13 through 15.
You said 13 through 15?
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm. Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
Question and answer?
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to the question and answer about whether you said it works as sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere that you go?
Correct.
And your answer was, yeah. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So where did Allie go after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
Did you check her Life 360 app to verify that she went, quote, nowhere?
At that point, I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Okay. Did you ever verify through the Life 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? You ever check the app and see that?
Did I ever check Life 360 app for that?
Yep.
No.
Okay. But you believed her when she said she came home.
Yes.
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Yes.
Okay. The Alberts had a dog, pardon me, correct?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe.
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th,
Mhm.
after 6 a.m., when it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
Where was Chloe?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that, at least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside, right?
Yes.
You walked through their door and you said you burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You were loud, right?
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Yes.
And you don't remember a 70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
No.
Matter of fact, you don't remember the dog being there at all, correct?
Correct.
You never saw that dog, correct?
I have no memory of seeing that dog.
Okay, so as you sit here today,
Mhm.
you cannot say that the dog was here because you don't have a memory of ever seeing it.
I did not see it, no.
And remind me once again, when you were leaving that night, that early morning before,
Mhm.
who was the last person to leave? Was it Caitlin?
I believe she left after us.
We've talked about this, and I want to get into a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house. Safe to say, correct?
Correct.
About what time was that you first saw it?
I can just give you maybe approximates. I know I texted when I saw them, so whatever time that was.
All right, let's see if we can narrow that down just a little bit. You also indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Saw lights.
Okay. lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's vehicle?
It was behind it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay, and where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel. I did not pay attention to where it was. I was just looking at Miss Reed's vehicle.
Was Ryan Nagel's vehicle and those lights that you remember,
Mhm.
were they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified previously that you remember the Jeep being between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
I am not certain where Ryan Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed it by the mailbox?
It would be
Let me finish my question. Behind the Jeep or somewhere in between?
It definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
No.
So it was definitely behind the Jeep.
Behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
Well, if it's parked on the street in front of the house, it's not going to be beside the Jeep, right? That's going to be in the middle of the
It
road.
would have been in the middle of the road, correct? So if it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've narrowed that down. It's Karen Reed's SUV. As we're looking at the property, Karen Reed's SUV. To the right of that, as we're looking at from the street, at the property, to the right of that Jeep, behind that Ryan Nagel's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
If my memory serves right, yes.
If your memory serves you. Okay. So you were asked about the arrival of Mr. Nagel's car at the state grand jury. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
That was in April 26th, 2022.
Mhm.
Just
Okay.
remember. Okay. Does that sound about right? I
Yep.
don't expect you to
Yes.
surprise that date.
Yes.
You were asked, what time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location? And you indicated that it was 12:23. You remember that?
Do you have it?
I do. Yeah.
Yes.
Take a look at lines 21 down, the highlighted portion. Let me know.
Okay.
May I interrupt?
Yes.
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came, meaning Ryan Nagel,
Okay.
correct?
Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you'd refresh your recollection about the time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've also testified that as soon as you saw Miss Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw her, Miss. Correct?
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
Is that right?
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside,
Ms.
and
McCabe, that's not my question.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
You can explain at another question. My question is very specific. Given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23, that means, and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27, that means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct? Can you answer that question?
Correct.
The snow condition. We've heard a lot about the snow condition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. But it's safe to say that you would agree with me that it was a light dusting of snow, correct? I should be specific about the time. It was a light dusting of snow at or around 12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
Okay. And accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes.
So it was starting to turn like a very thin blanket of white.
Yes.
You indicate that, or you indicated on Friday that you saw some sort of tire tracks. Is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony to Mr. Lally on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks. I could be wrong.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as the first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there, because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe it?
Almost like as a wave went like this. So
Like a half J?
to my recollection, it was almost like started, if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend, it was kind of like that. Like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave,
Okay.
like this in the road.
What it sounds like is perhaps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw? That's the wave that you saw?
It wasn't up to her car. It doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just trying here. So if it didn't go up to her car, those tracks belong to somebody else.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
Well, wait a minute. You already said that when you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
And then it moved at one point.
Right, that's not what I'm asking about. Let's just take the point at which you first saw the car.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the car,
Mhm.
that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago that you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car. That would be the first time you saw her car, right?
I'm saying I saw the tire tracks because I was looking out at her car. I never said when I saw the tire tracks or where her car was when I saw the tire tracks.
Well, I thought you just said, as I asked, when did you see the tire tracks? You said, I saw the tire tracks when I looked and saw her car because my attention was drawn to her car. And I saw the tire tracks. That would be the first time you looked at her car, correct?
Doesn't have to be the first time I looked at her car. I looked out multiple times.
Did you see the tire tracks the second time?
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
Did you see them the third time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay, so it could have been the first time.
Could have been.
But they didn't lead to the back tires of her car, did they?
No.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
In addition to Trooper Proctor interviewing you on the 29th, you also gave extensive testimony on April 26th, 2022 in front of a state court grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked about the location of Miss Reed's vehicle. I'm still staying with that for just a quick second, if you don't mind. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked where that SUV was in relation to Ryan Nagel's car. Is that right?
Would I be able to look at it to refresh my memory, please?
Well, let's start with this. Do you remember being asked about Karen Reed's SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck?
To be honest, I've had a few grand juries, so if you could show me what you're talking about, I would greatly appreciate it.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Try to speed things up, Your Honor. Let me have just a moment.
Okay, take your time.
The entire grand jury, direct your attention to 182 to 187. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the entirety of your state court grand jury.
Okay.
I'm going to direct your attention to pages 182 to 187. You can probably scan those pretty quickly and just let me know after you scan those.
Okay.
Those pages, I should say. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you have an opportunity to glance at those pages?
I did, yes.
As you glance at those pages, my question is a relatively simple one, but I wanted you to have an opportunity. At no point, when you were describing the vehicles that were out front, in front of 34 Fairview on that night, at no point, under oath, in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front in some painstaking detail, talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's Jeep vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
You were,
what,
in fact, asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
if you want to show me.
Well, I don't want to sit here and, did you review your transcript?
Just read it all. I didn't see it.
Ms. McCabe.
Objection.
You can't interrupt when I'm talking.
Okay.
I will do the same for you. Okay? As you reviewed those pages, you were asked about the cars that you saw in front, did you not?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Miss Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, it's yes or no. You did or you didn't. Did you mention ever in that grand jury that there was a Jeep behind Miss Reed's vehicle? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those are the questions I answered.
I can't, you need to keep your
Okay.
voice up, please.
Sorry.
Let's try this again. As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep, ma'am?
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question. Do you recall mentioning the Jeep? If you don't, you don't.
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I did not mention the Jeep.
Fair enough. Did you and Mr. Higgins, between then and now, between the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about where his Jeep was parked?
No.
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did anyone, leaving Mr. Higgins aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins's Jeep and what he testified to?
No.
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Can you repeat the question,
Were
please?
you ever asked by anybody to make sure you mention a Jeep being parked behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no.
After you arrived and you noticed this SUV outside, you started paying somewhat close attention to it, did you not?
I went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle, yes.
As a matter of fact, you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 12:27 here, correct?
Correct.
And then a few minutes later, at 12:31, you texted, "Pull behind me," to John. Is that right?
Correct.
And then at 12:40, you texted, "Hello," correct?
Correct.
And at 12:42, you texted, "Where are you?"
Correct.
And at 12:45, you texted, "Hello," correct?
Correct.
So that's 5 text messages. And each time you texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle as you're texting, correct?
I know for the first 2 I was.
You testified at another hearing, another proceeding on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
In that other proceeding, did you testify that you got up and sat down and got up and sat down every time you were texting?
Possibly.
Okay. So if you got up and walked over to the door and you see the SUV and you text, and then you walk away from the door and sit down for a second, that would be one text and one view of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
So if you did that at 12:27, 12:31, 12:40, 12:42, and 12:45, you'd agree that's 5 times that you were up and down looking at the SUV, correct?
I'm not sure if I did it 5 times.
How many times do you think you did do it?
I know I definitely did it the first when I said here. I know I definitely did it when I said pull behind me, because that's when the vehicle had moved up a little bit.
And then did you see the vehicle move up again? A second time?
Yes, that's when I told him to pull behind me.
Okay, so that's the first time. So just so we're clear, when you first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead out the front door, stationary.
And you texted here.
Correct.
Then you walked back over to the window, or I'm sorry, to the door, to the storm door, and you said, pull behind me, correct? At 12:31.
Correct.
All right. At that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
Why would that be third time?
Because it only moved once so far. You saw it move twice.
So the first time I saw it, it was here. And I said here. And then the next time I texted, I said, pull behind me. So that was 1 time, 2 times.
Keep going. You said you saw it pull up again a second time. So you saw it move twice.
From one place to the flagpole to further up.
Right. So that's 3 times that you're up to the door.
Okay.
Is that yes?
I'm telling you, my memory is twice to the door.
Mr. McCabe, it's not a trick question. You just testified that you saw the car move twice. By definition, that has to be, you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
So when you testified in front of this other proceeding, didn't you testify that you walked up and sat back down 5 different times, watching that car and texting every single time?
Would you be able to show me that?
It's going to take a minute. I have one here. Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
take a look at those 4 pages. For the record, that's pages 780 to 784.
Okay.
Bait stamped. After you've had a chance to review that, just look up and let me know. May I?
Yes.
You had an opportunity, Ms. McCabe, to review those few pages from your testimony in June of 2023.
Yes.
Did you talk about, you were asked about getting up and sitting down and looking at the SUV several different times and texting?
Yes.
In fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the May I?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we've been discussing.
All right. I think we're getting close. I thought I saw OnlyFan on for a second. I don't know what the hell's going on. How was lunch, y'all? How was lunch? Mandy, did you share that or I share it? I don't know. Let me see. Let me go back here. Let's see what's up. Okay, there we go. There we go. Boop. Okay.
What are you asking me?
I was wondering if you shared that or if I shared it.
The stream?
Yeah, that other thing that I just had up.
Allie wasn't she?
No. She's trying to make some kind of short. She's changed the words to a Lizzo song. It's a Jen McCabe short. So her and Cameron are trying to turn some lyrics into some AI shit. I don't know.
Oh no, not the AI recording studio.
Yeah. You remember those 2 theme songs that I sent you?
Uh-huh.
Those were pretty amazing, weren't they?
And we told you to never do that again.
Yeah. It was funny though.
It was funny. So that's why Allie was asking us for clips of Jen because she's going to drop a hot track. Gotcha.
Exactly. That's where she's at. That's what she's up to. Busy little beaver over lunch, trying to create content. Exciting stuff. All right, so we should be coming back. This seems like it's been a long lunch, yeah? I think it's been about an hour, just short of an hour. I think we stopped at I want to say like 12:04 or 1:04 their time.
God, really? It's already been that long?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, listen to this.
Hi, big boy. Hi, big boy. Hi, big boy.
What is that from? That voice is very familiar.
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh,
You guys know all the movies and the TV shows, and
that's true.
I'm not good
That
with movie
voice
quotes.
is really striking a memory chord for me, and I can't.
Here, let's play it again.
It's old-timey.
Hi, big boy. Hi, big boy. Hi.
It's low. It's a low clip. I've got to get into the oh brother. You've missed 0. What do you mean, like all day history or like since lunch? They're still on lunch history. In terms of this morning, you missed if you weren't here. I'm trying to remember if you were in here. You missed the finishing up of the direct and then the cross of McCabe. I mean, I think the biggest point that Jackson's made, frankly, is that she lied to the feds initially. So it started off pretty strong there. It's always good to get her lying to the feds like early on. I don't know if he's been able to follow up with any body blows though. If you're thinking of it in terms of a boxing match, I think he gave her a pretty strong straight jab right to the mush in the first round. And so I'd give the first round to Jackson, but in the next 4 rounds I'd score him even.
Okay, hey, I have a question. And
Yeah.
Stacy said it's Pinocchio.
What? Pinocchio. All right, that tracks. That
If
tracks.
it's Pinocchio, that's even more fitting.
Yeah, I thought she was calling. I thought she was answering history and homicide, where she says, "What have I missed?" And then Stacy said Pinocchio. So
Oh, well, maybe. Hey, you might be right. I don't.
you might be right. It could go either way. It's 50-50.
I might be
Let us know,
crazy.
Stacey. Yeah, you might. You
Oh,
might
hey.
be right.
Okay, that's
You
enough.
might be
Oh.
crazy.
So my question is, how do you decide who is going to question the witness? Like, so say Jackson had Jen for season 1, so now we're in season 2. Does he automatically get her again? Because
No.
honestly, I'm so unimpressed, and he knows how she works, so I feel like this is very anticlimactic.
Yeah, well, I
Climac-
mean, I don't know if you guys were paying any
Climax.
attention or if you guys were just chatting. It's almost word for word the cross from the first trial. almost word for word. Like Allie was like, is this like, are we replaying the cross? I'm like, no, this is last trial. She's like, these are word for word the same questions. He asks, I mean, he doesn't have to reinvent the wheel, but he has to know that she's going to be prepped coming into this way more than she was with Lally. And that the behavior control, which he tried to get into, he tried, he was asking the questions about how her, so he clearly recognizes that her demeanor is, 180. She's not snarling and barking back at him, and no matter how much, I mean, she'll get frustrated, but that happens
I
with every
know, but
witness on cross.
we've barely even seen that tooth at all come out. Like, she is keeping it under wraps and she's staying calm.
Aw, feel better, little miss. Take care of yourself first and foremost. Get under a big blankie. Take a nice nap. Naps are magical. Eat some chicken soup too. Shit really works. I don't know what it is about chicken soup, but chicken soup soothes the soul and helps a cold, both. I find that to be true. I almost always feel better. And you know what else makes me feel better? A glass of like fresh orange juice. Like, I don't know what it is. It's got very healing properties to me. It's a
Okay,
sugar bomb, but
yeah, you're squirreling. So,
what do you mean I'm
what if
squirreling?
you're talking about orange juice?
Oh, well, I saw one of our
Oh, I know.
lovely subs is feeling like shit and she's dipping, so I was just giving her a little send off.
Okay, I understand.
All right. So, all right, but back to your question. So no, they're not beholden to anybody. I mean, because if that was the case, then Alessi wouldn't have a spot. So he's going to be handling all the scientific evidence. We know our cue as to who always is going to be handling a cross is always going to be whoever's objecting. That's the way it works. If you're handling the cross, you are told by the judge, okay, well, only one lawyer may object, and it has to be the lawyer that's doing the cross. So in terms of who's going to handle the directs for the defense's case in chief, that's yet to be determined. But I think we'll probably see more Yannetti, because I think they're going to probably put Yannetti on maybe a cop or two more on the Commonwealth's case. Maybe a few more lay witnesses. But like Alessi's going to handle all of the science shit. That's what he came on for. I'm sure when he either sent an email or texted or called Jackson or Yannetti and was like, yo, like I want on. And they were like, all right, perfect. It's like, you can handle all the science shit. That would have been, like, you get a guy like that who's just got that kind of background.
Oh. I
We're
hear
up and
things.
running.
Oh, okay, bye.
Bye. I can't find anything out about Turtle Boy, Crystal. Did you guys, I was checking the Twitters. I didn't see anything substance.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, can we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
And we're back. Oh, they stuck Paul in the back row now. Oh, they're shifting Paul around. Susan, I think that, or Suzanne, I'm sorry. I think that what happened, that got kicked. The hearing got kicked. Somebody put the date up, I think, to the end of May. But it sounds like what happened early on is that they filed another motion to revoke bond. or revoke his bail. So I don't know what it is. It has to be another, threatening or intimidating the witness type shit that they've brought up. I did see a tweet by Aiden where he's got a picture of Jen, and all it says above the picture is psychopath. It's like, I mean, he really gives zero fucks. I mean, the dude got huge balls. Huge balls. I mean, you gotta, like, he's got kids and shit. I mean, he's like, he's pretty fearless. Some would say that. CJ says. Yeah, this case is batshit crazy. There's no question about it. Excuse me, y'all. Yeah, that's the thing about him. He's like Radiohead. Love him or hate him. Love him or hate him. I don't think there's any in between. I always view him as he doesn't write, obviously, as well as Hunter S. Thompson, but conceptually, he's what I would consider to be a gonzo journalist. Just goes against the mainstream, anti-institutional. Yeah, he's definitely not an idiot. Yeah, that's, I think, Brian, that's it's a fair assessment. I think a lot of people.
Sorry
feel
about the
that.
delay, jurors. We were told that we blew a fuse, and that's why we couldn't get started on time. So,
Oh my God.
these old courthouses. So, all right, we appreciate your patience. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
go.
Ms. McCabe, when you first saw Ms. Reed's SUV pull up, very shortly thereafter, you sent a text to John O'Keefe, correct?
I walked to the door, saw the car, and that's when I sent him a text, yes.
Right. So you walked up to the door, saw the SUV outside, and then texted him something at that, basically while you're standing at the door.
I believe so, yes.
What did you text him?
Here?
Okay. That was, do you remember the time?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a series of text messages contained in a Celebrite report? I think you've seen this before.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I ask one foundational question before
Okay.
I give this to the witness? Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you about a series of text messages. It's not a memory contest in terms of the timing. I'm going to ask you about probably 5 or so. All of those purport to be contained in here. Do you remember the times of those 5 texts?
I don't off the top of my head.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at all those in one felled swoop as you look at this document? So I don't
Sure.
have to go back and forth?
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Would it help you to remember?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you bring it to Ms.
Thank you.
McCabe?
Thank you.
Thank you. This is just my sake. This one is. Yeah, I just think it's sure. I might turn to that. Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind, take a look at the tabs, not that whole document, two days. Take a look at the tabs and go in reverse chronological order and see if that refreshes your recollection about the time and content of text messages that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe those early that early morning of January 29th.
Okay. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not going to have to remember the exact times of all 5, am I?
I'll help.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, did you see a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here?
Yes.
And was that at at 12:27 a.m.
I don't know if exactly, I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute?
And of course, we have zero blooping. Zero blooping. Well, I know what we could do. Well, it's a sidebar, so you all know what that means. All right. Everybody do their shots. Pretty soon they're going to have Paul O'Keefe standing outside looking through the window. What? What's going on? Hello? Yeah, they just started. Lion, they just started.
Ms. McCabe, we're going to make it a little easier for you, okay?
Thank you.
Oh, thank
May
you.
I?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12:14:27 on January 29th, 2022. Text message from Jen McCabe text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone, where to? At 12:27, all these are on January 29th, 2022, at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31:47 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Pull behind me. Same date, 12:40:31 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. 12:42:09. Text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Where are the letter U?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45:53 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. I would offer the stipulation that those are correct times and dates and contents of the text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jennifer McCabe's phone on January 29th, 2022.
All right, and that's what you're agreeing to, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, Your Honor, is contained in the Celebrate report.
Okay. All right, folks, so I told you yesterday about a stipulation when I talked about.
Good God, I was about to lose my
This is similar.
shit.
So what you just heard, both lawyers agree that that's information contained in a Celebrate report.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue?
Yes.
At some point, you indicated that, and by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word, here, exclamation point, question mark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in front of the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right. Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move ever?
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins, that Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
After you, it's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Miss Reed's SUV, was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've indicated previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the texts contained in the document that was just stipulated to. Is that right?
I did text 5 times, you are correct.
Okay, so it's fair to say if you texted 5 times, then you went to the door 5 times, if those were associated with one another. You walk up, look at the door, see the SUV, and text something. Here, pull behind me, where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car, and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this. Every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that I did, sorry.
Do you remember a year ago testifying that every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct, that you testified to that.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at the highlighted
Sure.
portion and just read that to yourself. Let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were just talking about?
I see what's written down, yes.
Okay. Did you testify in answer to the following question? And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer, correct.
I answered correct to that,
Okay.
yes.
So if you looked out, I'm sorry, if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
Well, do you think this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory, it was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door.
And
What I
certainly,
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it. I saw it straight ahead. I saw it at the flagpole, and a third time further up. I cannot say with
So it's at least 3
certainty
times there.
with my memory today that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
and then, and by the way, when you testified, as you just saw, that was a year ago, correct?
Yes.
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes, it
So
was.
your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare your memory. Do you think your memory gets better with time or fades a
Someti-
little with time?
Well, some things, unfortunately, I think about every single day with this case, the trauma of it
Sure.
and what I experienced and went through. And there are some things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts, but I apologize if I misstated. I went up more than I did. I'm just trying to give you what I remember today.
Let's talk about those texts and and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's one.
When I texted here, yes.
And you texted here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Was that the flagpole? Yes.
And when you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to hello. Is that right?
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
When you went the second
muted,
time,
dude. You got to pause this thing if you're going to be introduced.
and by the way, it's my mistake. I got the I jumped over one. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to
You're
pull
off.
behind me.
You're
That's
off.
when the SUV was up closer to
Still talking.
the flagpole, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you went yet again
Babe,
at
you got to pause it.
12:40
You can't
and
just
saw
come
the
in hot with a
SUV
puppet
yet
and
again
testimony.
and texted hello. It was the
I'm not-
second hello.
Robert
I'm not
Michael,
sure if that was
you
when
have
I
got to
texted
pause
hello.
it.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Now where was it?
At first, it was straight ahead.
I'm taking over.
Then it was at the flagpole, and then it was further out.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, where are you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole.
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, hello. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You've indicated that was, you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago? Nobody's going to know. Every single time you went to the door, you texted something.
All right, people. I will rewind because Bob's acting a fool. We can hear from the puppet while we wait to rewind. What do you got to say, Dad?
Hello. Who's the woman with the nice hairdo?
Well, that's Jen McCabe. She's a witness in the Karen Reed trial.
She has a nice tan.
Yes, she does. All right, I'm gonna start it up, and then if you've got something to say, we'll pause it.
Okay.
Let me just make sure nobody's got any questions for this guy right this now. Not the best puppet. You got to tilt the camera down. You got some work to do on yourself over there. We're just going to keep playing while you figure yourself out.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. I rewound you guys, so we didn't miss anything.
Of it and what I experienced and went through. And there are some things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts, but I apologize if I misstated. I went up more than I did. I'm just trying to give you what I remember today.
Let's talk about those texts and and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's one.
When I texted here, yes.
And you texted here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes.
That's Bob Sr.
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Was that the flagpole? Yes.
And when you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to hello. Is that right?
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
Objection.
when you went the second time, and by the way, it's my mistake. I got I jumped over one. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the flagpole, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello. It was the second hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Yes.
Now where was it?
At first, it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole. And then it was further up.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, where are you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole?
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again,
Really dull
hello.
testimony.
Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that was, you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago, that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to John?
That's a summary of maybe the,
Did you testify to that a year ago?
to what? That when I went to the door? Yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text, yes.
And then you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. It had left, correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45, is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
Matter of fact, you've
be
testified
back.
previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
Who's she looking at?
You're not
Who's
sure
she
of that?
looking to?
No, if you could show me, I'd
You?
appreciate it.
No, what was that all about?
It's not rocket science.
At
Just
some
say
point,
yes.
There
did
we
you
go.
note that the vehicle was gone? Let's get to that.
Yes,
Around what time was that?
I do not know.
12:45, a little before, a little after?
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time last year?
Sure.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. The highlighted portion,
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe?
If she's looking toward the judge, I've definitely seen her look towards the judge if she anticipates
An objection.
an objection.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to what time last year you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay,
I never gave a time.
all right. And that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well, that's
time?
the stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about
Okay.
that. That's been stipulated too. Your last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
so that coincides, that testimony from last year coincides with your last text message saying hello. You noted that the SUV at that point had gone, had left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something, or 2 maybe. Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We've just asked 2 questions.
Oof.
It had moved closer to the
The
flagpole.
first question is you said I saw it and I sent a text or 2. I know I just said 1 here.
Okay. Then you saw it a second time,
Correct.
and now it's closer to the flagpole.
Yes, correct.
And there's texting going on. I'm not getting down to the minute of the text, but there's texting going on. You're sending texts.
I'm sending, yes.
Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it had moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a fourth time to see that it was gone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door, looking out the window at
Four
that
times.
portion of either the yard directly in front of you and in front of the house, or toward the flagpole, or beyond the flagpole, 4 times, correct?
Yes.
From last year's testimony, but what I remember today
No,
with
Ms. McCabe, that's not
certainty
my
is
question.
twice.
You need to let her answer the question. Answer your question, please.
Go ahead.
What I remember certainty is looking at it out front at the flagpole and beyond. I don't remember how many times I went up to the door. I was back and forth.
Right, but according to you, you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times to the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4, correct?
Correct.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum of 4 times and looked across that yard at the SUV, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Bev sighed. She admitted it.
Oh, Bob, move over.
You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out
God, Dad.
that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there, yes.
As a matter of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right, but it was early in
Correct.
the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me, yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth through the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No.
You didn't hear any yelling?
No.
No loud voices?
No.
No foul language?
No.
You didn't hear a door slam?
No.
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
No.
You didn't hear a revving engine?
No.
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
No.
You didn't hear a collision take place?
No.
Or a crash?
No.
Or screams for help?
No.
Moaning, groaning, as if someone was in distress?
No.
As you looked at the SUV the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay.
Is Allison
You also
paying
previously
attention?
indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street, correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
Yeah, across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay, and that presented at least enough illumination based on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes, over to the left, yes.
And you've detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, with this, yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left, if I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry. Straight.
So if you're looking outside at the SUV, I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a second for perspective. You're looking outside the door. When you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside. When you say to the left, you mean to the left of the SUV on the ground, that's where you saw the tire tracks?
Yes.
Like somebody might parallel park or something.
Kind of a wave. Yeah, I can't really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway at that point. You just glanced out. It was something in your peripheral vision, and you made note of it.
Yes.
I think that means saw, Dad. They're from Boston.
Oh, thanks, Bob.
And the only thing between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you
That's
right
not my
now,
question.
straight.
You know that lawn. You've been in that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
I guess you could categorize it as flat, yeah.
The grassy knoll. Bob, I think I like watching Moneyball a little better than this.
It's a good trial, Dad. Just let it work its magic on you. You'll see.
I don't know. Allison, are you still trying to make that song?
Take a look at that.
Sure.
photograph for a quick
Gathering
second. Let me
clips
do
of
that
hair
now.
tosses and
I do, yes.
What do you recognize
lips.
that as being?
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be marked as identification.
Okay.
Wish to publish?
Not for identification, no.
I'm happy to move it into evidence.
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it.
Okay. All right.
It's a chalk at this point.
Okay.
May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. Mr. Wall, can you make that? There you go. Thank you. What's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do, yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure.
That front lawn needs
Right
some
there.
work.
Okay, the one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Yes, it does.
Yes,
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes.
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
Or that one. Sorry.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather? The
Right.
shape of the lawn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Put that down, Mr. Wolf.
So what was that marked as, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask to move that in evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but that is my request.
Is there an issue?
No, I won't object.
Okay.
That evidence that they had a shitty front lawn? Allison, what's
Your Honor.
going on here?
They're definitely challenging the look of that front lawn.
Yeah.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV.
No,
He was not standing or sitting.
not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You've already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
Right. But just like you weren't taking in the surroundings, specifically looking at the tire tracks, when you saw the SUV sitting right in front of you, you saw that through your peripheral vision, you know the tire track.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV it was very dark.
I haven't asked you about lighting yet. We'll get to that.
I'm
The
sorry.
road was lit, but around the SUV was dark.
Yes, I did.
Something that stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just looking out. There they are.
Wait, so she just said the tire tracks on the street, it was lit there where the tire tracks were in the snow on the street. But the SUV whose headlights were on, it was dark around the SUV. Okay. Okay.
Excellent point, Allison.
Thanks, Dad.
She's
I
so
knew you would
bright.
appreciate
She's
that.
so bright, Bob.
Yeah, I know, Dad.
Yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV?
No.
He wasn't sitting down?
No.
He wasn't lying down?
No.
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole?
No.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct? Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Ms. McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at the vehicle. Yes.
Right. And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
I did see those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall, yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning.
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
Correct.
Oh, prostrate.
The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle?
I did not, no.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle?
No.
And he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Ms. McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so. The last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you a direction, not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't send out a search party. That's not my question. My question is, were you looking toward the area where you last saw the SUV around 12:45 a.m.?
Yes.
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out. Yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct, yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No.
You did not see him sitting on the lawn.
No.
And you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
No. No, I did not.
Or in the street next to the tire tracks that she somehow saw.
Ultimately, you left the location that night, the gathering at 34 Fairview.
What was your
Is that right? You
heart
didn't spend
rate?
the night there?
No, I went home.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30. Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
Seeing the SUV. Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what
Had
kind
the
of
perfect
SUV
time for that.
were you in that night?
A Yukon.
Four-door,
yeah, big-
extended seating?
Yes.
She's so pleasant with her smiles.
When
With the porch light on?
pulled out of the drive, it was in the driveway?
Yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a 3-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
Just say towards the
It
flag.
went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you would have been heading toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
You would have driven directly adjacent to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not the driver's seat.
Correct.
You were seated in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
But I was looking back, talking to the people in the back, distracting them. From
You would have been closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Correct.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night.
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated.
Yes.
Did your husband, Matt, did he turn on the brights or did he leave the beams on low? Or do you know?
I don't know.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
The lights were on, yes.
You did not see anything out of the ordinary as you drove right by that location, did you?
I was looking in the back seat when we were driving.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary on that lawn as you drove by in that SUV?
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
Oh, pretty
You certainly did
convenient.
not see John O'Keefe dressed in dark clothing laying prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
Not because of that dark clothing.
You said that you were turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you were engaged with them about a conversation having to do with bread and maybe peanut butter or something.
Yes.
It's a nice smile.
You didn't, as you passed by that location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
I love
No.
peanut butter and
You
jelly
didn't hear Sarah
sandwiches.
Levinson say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
According to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out, yes.
You certainly never heard anybody say anything like, what was that, or anything close to that.
No, I didn't.
I think I saw something. You didn't hear that, did you?
I'd like to turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning.
He wants
You
her to
indicate that the
mimic
visibility
Karen.
was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
You were in the front seat, passenger side.
Yes, I was.
It was Karen Reed who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, jumped out of the car, and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed by the car, and Miss Roberts ran over to assist Miss Reed in giving first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
Is that right?
You indicated that.
I don't know.
Well, let me ask a different question.
Yeah. Ask a different question.
Yesterday, you testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad, yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
I wouldn't say that extreme, but I used whiteout as there's just snow coming at you.
You were specifically asked by Mr. Brennan, how close did you have to get before you could actually see anything of note where Ms. Reed had gone? Is that right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Ms. Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but.
Well, you just testified to it yesterday. Do you remember saying, I get very close to them?
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that,
Okay.
yes. Mm-hmm.
I don't have a transcript of yesterday's testimony, I'm sorry. Last year, you testified to something very different than that, though, didn't you?
No.
Isn't it true that last year you testified that you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side from the lawn, as Ms. Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview, Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
As I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up his shirt, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and said started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
I have the page and line number.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jackson?
May 17, 2024, RT 114, lines 14 to bottom onto 115, line 4.
Pammy, if I'm being
Is that how you
honest,
testified last year?
I'm sorry,
I
would
do
you mind
enjoy
just
our
repeating it?
company a
Sure.
little
Thank
more.
you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as you got out, quote, as I got out, end quote, she, Miss Reed, was already at John. You indicated that you saw her straddle him, lift up his shirt, lift up her shirt, and lay on top of him while Miss Roberts went over and removed snow from his face. That's how you testified last year, correct?
Yeah.
Is that how you testified last year?
I'm not sure. I know
Next question.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were looking at a copy of your testimony from last year?
I don't think looking at it would refresh my memory. I know I might have used different words, but the bottom line is I got out of the car, went behind the car, went over, and Karen had done that.
Ms. McCabe, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your, if you don't have a good recollection of how you testified last year on your own, sitting on that witness stand? I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your recollection to see your transcript from last year?
I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know and I know what I remember. So
That's not my question. I'm not asking what you remember now. I'm asking how you testified a year ago now.
whether I said it was as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said as I got out of the car, we were there.
Words matter. They matter a lot.
Okay, so
Words
remember,
matter.
Mrs. Jackson. no-
Words matter.
Ms.,
Cameron,
now your answer is best.
is my beautiful granddaughter in here?
Do you remember exactly how it is that you
I
testified
love-
last year?
I do not know.
Come on, Dad.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
No. If you try to refresh a witness's recollection and you hand them a document, you're not asking them to just read it. It's supposed to trigger a memory. So if she says that her memory has not been refreshed, it's not good.
Yeah, were you talking about Grandpa?
He thinks that like all the people who don't know why this puppet exists, what he's for. That's what
May I,
he's
Your
saying.
Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
My dad. What am I gonna do?
That's all right, Bob.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to how you testified in substance last year?
I see what it says, I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay, then let's walk through that.
And just to answer this question, you can treat your own witness as hostile when they're not answering the questions. When you're cross-examining, that's always hostile, because that just when you're treating a witness as hostile, it just means that you can now lead them instead of only asking direct questions. On cross-examination, you're leading anyway, so there is no need to ask to treat the witness as hostile. Again, all cross-examination is in theory hostile or the equivalent thereof.
Well said, Allison. Well said.
Thanks, Dad.
You're so bright.
It says, I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay, then let's walk through that. Did you indicate last year that as you got out of the vehicle, that's when you could see what Miss Reed was doing with John O'Keefe, down to the detail of pulling her shirt up and pulling his shirt up to try to go skin to skin?
I object.
Why don't I see it sidebar? Why don't you bring it into Mr. Jackson's face?
Let me see if we can blip. I just wanted to mention Coles. That is a great question. A lot of people ask it. I didn't mean to come off like you were asking a silly question, and we appreciate your generosity. But yeah, hopefully it didn't seem like I was dismissive by it.
I didn't think so. I thought it was an excellent question and answer.
Thanks.
Allison,
Your side.
Yes,
Is
Dad.
it true that
somebody had asked a question in the word thing over here about whether or not if a witness says their memory, their recollection has not been refreshed, if you can ask the question.
Yeah, no, you cannot, which we saw that earlier. She looked at something and said, I only know it from that piece of paper. And it was the time that the other vehicle pulled up, or one of the times that she, somewhere around the time she looked out the window and saw the headlights of another vehicle pull up after Karen Reed's vehicle. And Jennifer McCabe testified that it did not refresh her memory. She only knows it from looking at the piece of paper. The judge was like, with bated breath, waiting to say, oh, nope, no. She doesn't remember. You don't get to ask the question. That's move on. That's it. So.
Thank you.
And thank you for whoever asked the question. While we're paused, we've got an Aiden update from Kylie. How do you say? Judge had to recuse himself because he's buddies with Special ADA Cosgrove, new judge coming into here. I'm confused. Wouldn't the judge have already known that? Did they change judges from the last time a judge heard something in Aiden's case?
Yeah, sounds like shit's getting political over there. I don't know anything about it, but sounds shady.
Yeah, because we've seen that judge already ruled on this case. So unless they change judges twice, I don't get it. But thank you for the update.
That's suspicious.
Ms. McCabe,
That's suspicious. That's suspicious.
is it true that you had
Andy.
the following colloquy last year on this subject? Answer, I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John. Question, so she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was. Answer, correct. Question, and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there. Answer, yes. Question, and when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point? Answer, she straddles John and lifts up his shirt. And then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Ms. Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face. Is that how you testified last year?
Yes, that's how I answered the questions.
Okay. Clearly, you didn't indicate last year that it was whiteout conditions, you could see nothing of the kind, and you had to get quote unquote very close to him before you could see anything, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. It's the first word that's problematic, Mr. Johnson.
Yesterday, you testified that it was whiteout conditions. You had to leave the car, walk all the way over and get quote unquote very close to John before you recognized that it was even a body. Is that right?
Yes.
But last year, you testified that you were still at the car when you noted the detail of Karen basically giving life-saving aid to John. You can see that clearly, all the way from the car, right?
Objection.
Is that what you said, Ms. McCabe?
No.
Yes. We just read it. Judge.
Oh shit, not good.
Is there a reason, Ms. McCabe, that you might wish to improve your testimony this year than last year, over last year, with regard to the distance that you could see Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Are you trying to suggest or improve your testimony to suggest that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen a body there as you drove up?
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Yes,
Miss Reed.
clearly.
Ms. McCabe.
Oops, wrong woman.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Oh, she almost said yes. She shook her head yes.
I'll give it a shot.
I'm sorry.
Are you trying to improve your testimony this year over last year to suggest that reasonably nobody could have seen where John was from the car?
I'm not trying to improve my testimony, no.
Get in front of the mic, counselor.
You claimed on direct examination today, as a matter of fact, that Ms. Reed looked at you at the scene and said the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." She said it 3 times, very distinctly, according to your testimony, correct?
She did, yes.
That was so impactful that it had the effect of putting you in some sort of shock and horror. Is that right?
I was in shock the whole morning, but that statement definitely was a lot.
And that's an incredibly memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Something that you wouldn't easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Something you would not easily
Correct.
forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of your testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
He's setting her up to knock her down.
Get your hand on my face, man.
Ms. McCabe,
He's
you
getting ready to end.
testified
Sounds like.
at a grand jury
Oh, maybe not.
in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that included the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I just asked? You're not answering my question.
Whoa.
Would you overlook that?
No.
And the reason you wouldn't overlook it is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Approach all.
She's Karen. Jen is claiming she wasn't asked
you. Take a
that
look at that
question
document.
in the grand jury, and that's why she didn't say it.
That's absurd.
Yes, I see it.
Is that a transcript of your entire testimony at the grand jury in April of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
You've reviewed it in the past?
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
No,
Or
I haven't.
Yesterday. Ms. McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that transcript where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I wasn't asked, sir.
This
Bullshit.
is over 227 pages.
Take your time.
How long did you say it was, Ms. McCabe?
227?
I'm not going to let her read 227 pages.
Let her read it. Let her read it.
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
You read the whole thing cover to cover, didn't you?
I skimmed through it.
One of the most important points in your testimony yesterday and today is recounting these jurors the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it important to you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say, I hit him 3 times?
I was asked the
I
question.
answered the questions and I'm telling the jurors what I know.
Was it important to you before testifying today that you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him, yes.
That's not my question. Listen to my question, Ms. McCabe.
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you before you testified to tell these jurors under oath that my client said, I hit him 3 times?
As a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
And in point of fact, in your entire grand jury testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him, did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
Well, let's
Mr.
go to
McCabe,
last.
you were there.
Right.
They're your words. I'm not asking you to rehearse something. You were there.
Oh.
Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked in your
Slippery.
grand jury testimony no fewer than a dozen times, 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked to repeat words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34th Fairview that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were asked multiple times what my client's words were that you heard her say going to and at the scene, correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
Oh, come
I
on.
hit him, I hit him, I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Turn to page 190, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
For court and counsel lines 10 and 11.
the way that I look at this, if she wasn't asked by the prosecutor at the grand jury, it's because he didn't know to ask it, meaning that she had never said it before.
Right.
Right, Dad?
Oh, absolutely. It's absurd to think that a prosecutor wouldn't ask that at a grand jury. It's the whole case.
Right. So it begs the question, right? If you had told anyone this before, and I'm pretty sure she was asked at the first trial, he could probably, even though she's saying she doesn't remember, and she can't read the whole thing right now, go through the impeachment before, because I'm pretty sure he impeached her on this. But I also know that they know every aspect of what they've impeached on before. So we'll see how it plays out.
I like her haircut, but I don't trust her. That's where I'm at.
All right.
She's
And
got a nice haircut.
Bob Singer is a great judge of character. If he doesn't trust her, neither should you.
She does have a nice haircut, though.
Which lines? I'm sorry.
10 and 11.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You recounted what Miss Reed said to you over the phone to the grand jurors, correct?
Correct.
And what she said at 4:53 a.m. was, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She didn't say it. She asked it, correct?
She didn't say that at 4:53.
Did you testify that what Miss Reed said to you that morning over the phone was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
You're not going to go over anything else?
It's quite a bit different than I hit him.
Well, it's the same thing she testified to here. So
Just wanted to verify a page number, Your Honor.
oh, okay, he's giving
Yes.
it back.
Why don't you tell Mr. Brennan? that-
We're all past the bar.
Yeah, I'm looking for
Brett?
the.
Oh, wait, my dad lied.
If you turn to page 192.
Thanks, Bob.
Line 4. What did you tell the grand jurors my client said in that answer?
Foundation.
What are we talking about?
I'll ask it a different way. Did you answer a question on page 192, line 4, concerning my client's statement?
Did I answer a question?
You were answering a question, correct?
Oh, yes, yes.
All right.
I'm sorry.
And the answer that you gave to the grand jurors was, she said, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that's part of the answer I gave.
Turn to page 193.
I'd object.
What grounds?
So I don't want to have to see it sidebar. We need context in order for this to be admissible, Mr. Jackson. I have no idea what that said.
Your Honor, everyone,
What the answer
I can make an offer of proof at sidebar if you
Okay,
wish.
why don't you come to sidebar?
Sure.
And bring them.
Do they have a lot of sidebars in this case, Allison?
So many sidebars.
Oh. That could be frustrating for a jury. How long has this case been going here? Bob?
Well, it's the second trial.
Oh, really? Oh,
Babe, do you have any blooping?
Oh yeah, actually,
Let's
I do.
bloop. Let's bloop.
Bloop 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 bloop
The
bloop.
copy for yourself.
what's a blooping?
Yes.
Fast forward.
Do you have an extra copy for yourself,
I have
Mr.
notes.
Jackson?
I have
Okay.
notes.
Thank you.
I think my notes is. On page 192, line 4, for context, were you talking about a statement that was made in Karen's car on that morning before you got to the scene?
192.
192, line 4.
Yes, that was a comment she made in the car.
And she said the phrase, you recounted that she said the phrase, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that was part of my answer.
Take a look at page 193, line 1 through 2. This was also in the context of a conversation that was in Karen's car, correct?
Yes.
And the phrase that you attributed to my client was, could I have hit him? The question, correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23. In the context of being in John's driveway at One Meadows,
Yes.
and you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have hit him, correct?
Yes, when she showed me her taillight.
Page 201, lines 23 and 24. This is driving to Fairview. She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I've read it.
She stated, according to you, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2.
Those are questions, not declarations.
Again, in context, this is driving to Fairview before you arrived at Fairview. And she again asked, quote, according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then turn to page 208, lines 24 and 25.
I'm sorry, what lines 24 and 25?
Lines 24 and 25. Let me know when you've
I've read them. Thank
reviewed
you.
those. For context, this is at the scene outside Fairview.
Yes.
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes.
On page 208, lines 24 and 20, I'm sorry, 208 and 209, going on to page 209, lines 1 through 3. You actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there, exactly as you testified to today. Female EMT. You see that?
I do, yes.
And what did you say my client's statements were in front of that female EMT?
In this, I say that she said, could I have hit him? Is he dead?
It's actually, did I hit him?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I apologize. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that was at the scene in front of the female EMT, exactly the scene that you're describing. You attributed the 3 statements to my client to today, right?
There was many different times when we were talking to different EMTs, the female EMT, the men, the police officers.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, boy. Got her. Got her good.
Yeah, just hold your honor.
Sure.
The bottom line is if she had said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, she wouldn't have been saying any of the other shit to anyone. All she would have been saying is, she just told me I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. The The fact that she's saying everything else during the grand jury testimony belies that fact. There's no chance she would have been saying any of that other shit had she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She says all of those things, but forgets the most important thing, the most damning statement to come out of Karen Reed's mouth. Bullshit. What do you think, Dad?
Bullshit.
He knows. I learned it all from him.
Ms. McCabe, your full statement at page 208, starting at lines 22 through 25, going on to page 209, down to line 4, was, quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point I'm standing with Miss Reed and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Not one time. Not one time, Ms. McCabe, did you utter the phrase, I hit him, as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26th, 2022. Did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227 pages to see.
As you sit here today, do you remember ever saying to those grand jurors, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in front of a female EMT?
I've spoken to in a few grand.
So what if he said, and we've heard lawyers do this before, would you accept if I tell you that it's not in there anywhere, would you have any reason to disagree with me? Anything that you remember, we've seen them do that way.
Yeah. I mean, it's not optimal, but it's better
No.
than nothing.
But I guess it
I mean,
must have
that's
gone.
a super slippery response from her. I mean, it gives off exactly what it gives off. You know what I'm saying in terms of what the jury's taking from it, because the fact of the matter is like, I don't know what you were doing. You were doing your Lizzo shit or whatever you're doing. But
Yeah.
if she's saying those things, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And she never utters the words, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, as to Karen saying that, it didn't happen. She wouldn't be saying those other things if Karen had made a damning statement like that at the time. The question becomes, how does this play? I think that they're going to buy the fact that maybe Jen McCabe never heard that she's trying to bolster other people's testimony. How does this play with the EMT and the fact that he's claiming that he heard the same thing? Because he doesn't have those connections, at least ostensibly. So, I mean, I think that he's done what he needs to do here.
Well,
with
let's
respect to this
ask
particular
for the
thing.
people in the chat who this is their first trial to tell us what they think about the testimony thus far. Do they feel it's more likely that Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, or not? We don't need a poll. We can just, we can ask people. Only chime in if you're a first-time trial watcher.
Juries, what I said
Sorry, let me flip
specifically
back.
at different few grand juries.
I hit him in front of a female EMT.
I've spoken to in a few grand juries. What I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and there was a female EMT there.
Except you didn't say it to the
Still
grand
comment,
jury.
Bluebird.
The one that mattered, the one that indicted her for second-degree murder. You didn't say it there, lady. Yeah, see, this whole part, like, I don't think he needs to, like, I think he's
Spoke with
made.
Trooper Proctor just the same day, right? January 29th.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor was taking notes
Yes.
about your conversation?
Yes, he was.
You reviewed those notes, as a matter of fact, at some point.
I didn't review his notes. I think I've seen a report at one point or another.
On that very day, January 29th, 2022, when you were asked to recount what happened at the scene, who was doing what and who said what. You never told Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him either, did you?
Oh, I told him. Yes, I did.
He just leave that out of his report?
I'm not responsible for his report.
No, you're not. But you have read his report.
So again, no comments, Mr. Jackson.
You have read his report, right?
I have seen it before, yes.
How long is this going to take?
He's very evasive. Very,
Thank you.
very evasive.
You looked at that report for another particular this morning. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you review that report, scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe.
All
I
right,
hit him.
so again, jurors disregard the comment.
Oh,
So it's
wow.
question, answer format only.
My question is, do you see the phrase, I hit him, as it's attributable to my client in that report? Objection.
System.
Why don't they look in the word index for the phrase I hit him? Wouldn't that be in there?
Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? Objection.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I told him.
He was taking notes at the time.
He was taking notes, correct?
Those notes ended up being memorialized in a formal report.
I'm assuming he,
The report that you're holding. I object.
Sustained.
Does that appear to be a report of the January 29th, 11:35 or so a.m. interview that you did with Trooper Proctor?
yes, it does.
You said you reviewed that report in the past,
Yes, in the past.
and you're aware in no place in that report does the phrase "I didn't show up" anywhere, correct?
Go to the mic, counselor. Can't hear you.
Yes.
So we're supposed to believe that the lead investigator who believed that Karen was guilty that day just forgot to write down the fact that Jen McCabe told him, I hit him 3 times. Come on.
All right. I'm going to go get a snack. I'm getting hungry. You're muted.
I was saying I don't remember her saying this before, but I'm not 100% sure. But Bob, if you're stepping away, listen to it's in the Mata Inc. text, listen to the video Cam sent, and then the other sound clip I sent of one of our singer friends and see if it should be which sound we should use for the video.
All right, I'm staying. My dad's going.
Oh,
Bye, everyone. I'll
Bye,
see you
Dad.
soon. Bye.
Bye, Dad.
Bye, Bob.
All right, let's see. There he goes. Oh, wow, wow. See, there he went. All right, there's my dad hanging with us. Such a wise guy. Such a wise guy. Are we on a sidebar? Is that what's happening?
No, I just paused it, but mute yourself and listen to the two things.
All right,
and
we'll
then-
play the testimony while I do that.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
I want to draw your attention to the very early morning hours of January 29th, around 4:53 a.m. when you indicated you received that phone call from Kaylee's phone. Do you have that time and date in mind?
Yes, I do.
My client told you that John had not come home, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that Miss Reed at that point was awake and looking for John.
I didn't know what, I just knew that she was awake and screaming.
Right, because she was worried about where John was.
Objection.
Existing.
You've been asked who you communicated with first thing that morning after you received that first call from Miss Reed. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked by Trooper Prince in her formal interview. Trooper Prince interviewed you on February 1st, about 3 days after the incident, correct?
I met with a lot. I don't really remember specific days.
Do you remember a female trooper?
Yes, I do, actually.
Okay. In your house?
Yes.
Or I should say at your house?
Yes.
That was around 3 days after the incident?
Was it Tuesday, maybe? Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I think so, yes, if
Okay.
it's the one I'm thinking.
You were also asked at the same grand jury who you communicated with on the morning of January 29th.
Okay.
Remember that?
Not specifically.
Would it refresh your recollection if we were to take a look at that, a specific page of that grand jury transcript?
Sure.
Do you need a couple of minutes, Mr. Jackson?
I do, Your Honor.
So, juries, why don't you stand up and stretch, okay? You can too, Ms. McCabe, if you want to.
Thanks.
I might be able to bloop.
No, Ajax isn't done. He's looking for something.
They're at a
He's
side, now they're sidebarring.
Sidebar. Oh, you know what that means. All right.
Oh,
Good times.
sorry, I went too, okay.
All right, I'm going to go grab a
The
drink.
morning, later in the morning, after you're back at 34 Fairview, after the police have already cleared the scene, and you're back with your friends and family inside the home at 34 Fairview. We've already talked about the fact that the witnesses were not sequestered in any way. They were not separated in any way by the police. Is that right?
We were just sitting together with friends
Right.
and family. So yeah, no.
Everybody was free. All the friends and family that were in there were free to talk amongst themselves, which you did do, correct?
Yes.
All right. Everybody had the opportunity to say their piece and to listen to others say their piece as well.
We had conversations. It wasn't really nothing more than that.
At some point you did, I think you mentioned this on direct examination, you did reach out to Mike Lank. Is that right?
Yes.
Remind us who Mike Lank is in your world, in addition to being a Canton police officer, police sergeant, I think he was at the time. Who is he in your world?
He was just a local guy that I, knew was friendly with.
And had gone to high school with?
No.
Was he ahead of you in high school?
We weren't in high school at the same time.
Got it. He was about 5 years ahead of you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But you'd known him or known of him from basically childhood or young adulthood.
Yeah, just knew him from around town.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes.
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did, yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number. He had your cell phone number.
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where'd you get that number?
I asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number.
Yes, she did.
And Julie is Chris's wife?
Yes.
She was at the location?
Yes.
When I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning?
Yes.
As was Chris.
He came at some point. I don't know if he was there when I called Officer Lank or not.
As was Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes, he was.
He came back over to the location as well.
Yes, he did.
As a matter of fact, it was Brian Higgins who suggested that you reach out to Officer Lank.
I'm not sure if it was him who suggested it.
Someone suggested to you that you reach out to Officer Lank. Is that right?
As I was sitting there remembering things, I believe, I can't say who did or didn't.
So as you were sitting there remembering things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remember.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yes.
others were absorbing whatever information you were providing to them and vice versa.
No one was really providing me any information because they didn't know what happened.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just sitting there trying to recount what had transpired since I got that 4:53 phone call.
And one of the things that you decided you wanted to tell Sergeant Lank was a statement by my client.
Yes.
So you call Sergeant Lank on his cell phone, and you're able to get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
Whatever he's doing, I'm guessing he was busy at the time.
I don't know what he was doing.
He was the first responder on a death of a police officer case that was just hours old. So he had to be busy.
I would assume. I, again, don't know what he was doing.
But in fact, after you got your phone call, he dropped everything and headed back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Gotcha. Assisting.
Did he come back to 34 Fairview quickly?
He was there fairly quickly, yes, I
And
would
that's
say.
at your request?
Yes, I called him and asked him to come back.
Because you told him that you had information that was important enough that he needed to get over there so you could tell him in person what this new information was.
I called him and told him that I was remembering things and asked if he could come back.
And he didn't just say, "I just tell him what it is."
Remembering.
He literally said, okay, I'm going to get in my car, drive in a blizzard. There's still a blizzard, right?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to get all my gear on, drive in a blizzard back over to 34 Fairview, get out of my cruiser, come into the house, and get ready for this new information that you're going to give me, correct?
He did not say all that, no.
No, that's what he did.
I have no idea what he did. I called him and then he came.
Well, he didn't
That's,
walk over. I mean, he came over in his car, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Right. So he had to get in his car, drive over to the blizzard, get out of the car, walk through the blizzard, go to the front door, and get ready for this new meeting that he's going to have, correct?
I mean,
Yes,
it's not all
that
that,
seems like steps one would take.
AJ.
And whatever it was that you wanted to tell him, you let him know it was important enough to have a special additional meeting. It wasn't something that you were just going to sit on. You wanted to give him this information immediately without hesitation, correct?
He said if I remembered anything to give him a call, so I did.
So when he came back over, he obviously had a notepad and a pen in his hand, correct?
I believe he was taking notes.
And you told him, you testified this morning that what you told him was Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Correct.
But when he wrote this report, you said, she said, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
I don't have his report in front of me.
Yeah, just wondering.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You could turn to the orange tab. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you've had a chance to read it?
Just the highlighted
Okay.
part.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. In fact, what you told Officer Lank was something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
Incorrect. I told him that she said I hit him.
He wrote in his report, that you just read, something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him.
Sustained.
That's hearsay.
Is this another example of an officer getting a report wrong?
Objection.
No, he can ask
Is
that.
that report right?
Your Honor.
Sustained.
He can ask that.
Move on,
No,
Mr. Jackson.
no, bullshit. There's no reason he can't ask. Does the report you just reviewed accurately reflect the statement you made to Officer Lank about what Karen said? Blah, blah, blah. And she can say it does not. And he can say exactly what he asked. What is happening right now? Babe?
Sorry,
muted.
I was texting Scout. I don't know. I mean, obviously,
He can't read from the
you
report.
follow trials, right? You know that police reports are hearsay, and you can't put them into evidence. Certainly can refer to them. So yeah, I don't know what grounds in which she is denying him the ability to be able to ask her, did that report accurately reflect what you told him?
And
I
is this
mean-
yet another example of a report not at, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, this shit is tedious though. Like he's
Yeah, he's losing the jury.
he's gonna lose the jury. I think the point has been made. We can't necessarily trust what she claims to have heard, whether or not she made it up out of whole cloth after the fact at the behest of someone else. We don't know. That's for the jury to try to figure out. What I do know is that we've been going on this line of questioning for about an hour now. I don't know how many points he's continuing to score with it. I think he made the point. I don't think that he needs to belabor this for too much longer. I'd like to see him move on.
Yep. Yep. Okay. I'll bloop back.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Move on, Mr. Jackson.
I hope I didn't hit him, or something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Sounds an awful lot like, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Do you agree with that?
It does sound similar, yeah.
And look, Bob, if I had said in the past, this would not be a fight that we would be having. We would just say she's frantic. She's thinking that because she's putting pieces together she can't figure out. She's being told he never went in the house. This is the only thing that can come to her mind. So, and I don't know if all of this pushing against it is just actually making it worse. Is just making it worse. So I'd again like to know from either our everybody. We'll put all of your comments up. But if you're a first time, and I'm going to consider like bits and pieces before it, and now would still be first time, just note in your comment, first time watcher, first trial only, or this trial only, something. But do you think it's doing the defense more harm instead of just conceding that she said it while she was stressed? All this is going on. They've got her running around frantic. But that's what
She's doing what every single normal person would be doing if they discovered their significant other dead in a lawn at a place that they vaguely remember dropping them off, but don't have a clear memory of it. You would run through every single scenario out loud because you're panicking. You're upset. Like that, like pretending that we're in some weird vacuum world where like normalcy doesn't exist is so fucking irritating to me.
Right.
It's crazy to me.
And Lisa, thanks for your generosity. She notes, if you're married to law enforcement, you know to distance yourself and allow the professionals to handle the investigation. Why is it necessary for her to be so involved in any, if anything, you would struggle, I guess, to involve yourself, or maybe there's some more, and without having to pay, we'll highlight the rest of yours if you stick it in the regular chat. All right, let's go.
You testified yesterday that during that first phone call, that first phone conversation with Ms. Reed at 4:53 a.m., she told you, according to your testimony, that in that phone call, in that very first phone call, Ms. Reed said she had gotten into a fight, her taillight was cracked, and she asked, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Incorrect.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
The first phone call, she had said we got into a fight and he didn't come home and I left him at the waterfall. In the second phone call, once I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview, that is when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
So 2 hours after Ms. Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR, you were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson.
2 hours after Ms. Reed found Mr. O'Keefe, about 2 hours later, say 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, after the scene was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good, were you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Lisa asked a question. Thank you for your generosity, first and foremost. Second question, Andrea made a comment that going pro bono wasn't necessarily good. She felt like they get more concerned about paying their power bill than the case. What's your opinion on this? I think that that's a lawyer by lawyer question.
Right.
I happen
Generally,
to think,
that could be
can I finish and then you
Sorry.
jump in?
Yeah.
I think Alan Jackson's firm probably makes a lot of money. I think that he's made a lot of money. I think that financially, Yannetti is in probably pretty good shape. I mean, they know financially that they're in, capable of being able to basically shutter the rest of their practice in terms of them personally. They obviously have their other lawyers in their firm working, still generating money, but they know going in, and the same with Bob Alessi. Like he's done very well for himself throughout his career. They know that they can earmark 6 to 8 months to exclusively handle this case. And remember, they got paid the first time. I disagree with Andrea here. I don't think that they worked any less hard than they did the first time. I think they're prepared. I don't think that they're coming in and just going through the motions. I think that they're actively trying to win this case.
All right.
I'm sorry, babe. What were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say that what you said covers it. So I'm sorry.
While you were at the scene, after Ms. Reed had been giving CPR, Sean Good interviewed you, correct?
I don't remember a formal interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
Do you remember him do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter, the initial calls before you met up with Ms. Reed?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Sergeant Good, by the way, he was a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. By the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger, that was a Canton cop, just through the town, but I didn't know him.
Okay, friendly, but not friends.
I wouldn't even say I was friendly with him.
Okay. You actually told Sergeant Good at the time when he asked about those first phone calls that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good?
Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the
Each different
series
question.
of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there.
Right.
And like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask a different question. There were many officers there and many officers were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask, did you tell any officer while at the
There you
scene
go.
that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Again, there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like that.
Non-responsive.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific
Yes or no
questions about
answer.
phone calls. I apologize.
But you did tell at least one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said, I got a phone call and that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him.
Refresh your
I
recollection of
apologize
that
for not
report.
remembering specifics.
Did you tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Miss Reed said occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no?
in-depth conversations.
yes or no?
Let her answer the question.
Do you recall? That is a yes or no question. Do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Miss Reed about fighting or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you don't,
I said
just say
there
you
was
don't.
many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall.
I'm not sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained.
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first two phone calls?
At the scene,
At the scene.
again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
So is your
And
answer
literally,
no?
this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
Were you also interviewed by Officer Mullaney?
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question? Did you understand the last question I asked you?
If I spoke to an officer, Mullaney,
Correct.
again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I had just found my friend on the ground.
So the answer is, I don't remember.
I don't remember speaking to him. No, sorry.
Later that morning, you did have a conversation with Officer Lank that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
What you told Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home, correct?
I told him she was, I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
These phone calls with who? Who are these phone
Interview
calls?
with
Who
Lank,
am I
phone
speaking
call with
to
The
at this
initial
point?
phone calls that
Mhm.
you had with Miss Reed,
Yes.
you never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You never mentioned anything about having Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him during either of those initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lank.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lank when it was the clear light of day, you'd had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything about that conversation, but according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
Let's call it 9 o'clock, whatever.
Okay.
Right? Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Lank, you didn't say a thing about Miss Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms. McCabe,
acting
that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that is
officer
not
that
my
I
question.
spoke to,
Let her finish.
every police officer that I spoke to, I tried to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
And your memory is getting better even as we sit here today, correct?
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said the words I hit him to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after the incident. Correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never told that to the grand jury, did you?
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never said that to the grand jury.
I don't recall if I
You were
did.
there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You were asked that specific question at the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said at
What
the
was
scene.
answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What was the answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Miss Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, may I have one more question?
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. You said
Okay,
she
jurors,
said-
ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said that she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right. So, folks, we are done for today.
Wow.
You remember tomorrow is the day that we're not in session. To give you those questions, you can speak with anyone in this room. Be very careful with your social.
Mr. Jackson, I'm not rushing you in any way. I just want to know how much longer do you think you'll be?
I appreciate that, Your Honor. 10 seconds to answer the question.
Sure, take your time.
I would expect that I have
5 minutes.
I would say an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Oh.
You still got to go over the
Mr. Brennan, do you
whole
have any idea how much longer you will be?
Google search thing.
With Mrs. McCabe,
Yes.
it depends on how the rest goes, but
Right.
certainly at this point, 20 minutes or less.
All right, so that will hopefully take us to the luncheon recess, maybe, I mean, the morning recess or the luncheon recess at most. You have witnesses lined up for Friday afternoon?
I do. I have a number of witnesses ready for the next 3-4 days, and I've
Okay.
given notice to them, and I will try to tighten the order tomorrow morning, and I'll let the court and the defense know.
Great. All right, and nothing you need to see me about right now?
Not for the Commonwealth.
All right, we'll see you on Friday.
Wait, what's
Wait,
happening
Friday?
tomorrow?
Is there no court tomorrow?
There's no court tomorrow, so you should tell that puppet dad of yours you'll go with him tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Oof.
Wow. All right. Well,
Go to Aiden's hearing? Is it going on right now?
can you find the link?
Yeah.
Well, while Allie's looking at that, I don't know. It was messy. It was very messy there at the end. And Ajax thinking out loud there, you never want to end a court day with a witness like this, with that last question that she was trying to shut it down on. I don't know how much he helped with the actual question he got in either. I mean, she's just slippery. Brennan's going to ask the questions. He's going to give her all the time she needs to explain what she was trying to say there, that Bev was allowing her to puke out on yes or no answers. If I'm going to be a little critical on Alan there, you really, really have the ability to control on cross. And he's leaving her too much leeway to get in further explanation beyond just a yes or no answer, because she wouldn't answer it. The jury sees that. I think he established pretty firmly with the early Fed situation that she lied to the feds about how many people she had spoken to that morning. And then I think that he was able to successfully establish that she simply didn't tell anybody about hearing Karen say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That evolved over time, yet at a critical time for the Commonwealth, namely when they're in front of a grand jury, she still doesn't stay it. She's like, the jury's going to give her the weight that she deserves, which is probably very little. I think Jackson is fighting so hard to establish her as a liar up front, because he really wants them to believe that she made the Google search. He's setting this all up to end it with the Google search stuff. And he wants the jury to feel like, well, she just won't give a straight answer.
All right, you've got the stuff, babe. So I don't know how to get to it.
What do you mean? Where?
In the text.
Oh. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I'll try. All right, you chat while I'm trying to figure this out.
Okay. Tracy says AJ needs to cool it a bit. I blame the bad beard. I like to say, don't get Bob started with the beard.
Yeah. It's not a great beard. Okay.
With love, Jada thinks she's making him look aggressive and out of control. Nexus Lexus says AJ's great, and he is great. But the break will be good for him.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, but we'd have to ask the young jerks if we can. We can't
Wait,
just
this
air.
is just the Zoom. This isn't the Young Jerk stream.
No, I was saying somebody said that the Young Jerks channel is airing it, but I don't think we can. Bob's trying to get to it directly. Larissa Harris, thanks for your generosity. Did you see the moment when Hank is questioning Dr. Wolf? Hank is at the bench and nods to Bev. She has a quick reaction, puts her head down. I watched it like 10 times. Deaf collusion going on. Okay, so I forget who tagged me in that on X. I hadn't seen it. I watched it 10 times as well. I mean, yeah, could it be a really bizarre coincidence? I guess so, sure, but I could not come up with any like explanation for that. It was crazy. It at least the way it looked was just crazy. So um um so yeah, we did get a chance to look at that. Oops, sorry. I got to send this to Kim. Whoops. All right. Let's see what else you guys are saying here. So, you know, Jennifer Niu says it would have been fabulous. No, wait, I'm looking at the wrong comment I meant to. Oh, Libby B says, not to mention how hateful Jen and Carrie were to Karen, who tells someone to shut up when they're upset like that. I kind of think that Jennifer did a good job of sort of pushing that like on Karen. Like that wasn't me. Karen was doing I'm sorry, Carrie was doing that. Carrie was telling Karen to shut up. Carrie, where before last time you got the sense that Jen was just being hateful and like mean and ugly with Karen. It was less this time. And Larissa says, to me, it seems Hank thought he had something on Dr. Wolf, and when he realized he's a fool, Bev couldn't eject Arca. So Larissa's saying that it might have looked like that head nodding was like him being upset, like, oh, that's not the answer I wanted. Wait, you're sharing us on us? What's happening? Can't find it? I'm assuming we thanked everybody for all of this stuff earlier. Where Jim said, as amazing as Ajax is, I feel like this case is won or lost with Alessi and the experts. The order of witnesses this time is definitely helping the Commonwealth. I agree. All right, so you're on the interwebs, not an app, right? You're muted.
Yeah, my mic was muted. So for whatever reason, I opened it. I went to the tab on Chrome, and then when it opened the Zoom, it's in a window.
You're muted on there, though, right? So they can't hear you talking?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Oh, shit.
Oh, Jesus. Holy shit. So I don't know that Bob's supposed to be in this thing. Oh, I got his name up there. We're gonna have to keep Bob muted so that he doesn't unmute himself on the thing. But what we don't know is if he's going to be able to hear the sound, because if he's not sharing this from the interwebs, I don't know that we're going to hear the sound. Let's see what's happening on. All right, it's the same thing. No sound yet. Change your view, babe, so you're just on the courtroom view.
You got my vanity chair.
And touch it.
What do
You know how to do
mean?
it? Wait, just there's a view button. Like if you click on the judge, you can change it to view just him. Bob. Pin him. You can pin him. Are you hearing? Are you listening to me, Bob? It's over. Pin.
Or the 20th. And thank you. See you all then. Thank you. May I try your patience with one comment on the last?
What happened? You're not muted. I don't know what happened. Did you get booted out?
No, I think they ended the Zoom.
Bye, Felicia.
They didn't, though.
What do you mean? Yeah, the host ended the meeting. I just saw it. Yeah, they were done. So
Oh, maybe.
yeah, we came in at the ass end of the argument by Bradel, and I mean, it sounds like what they were getting into was the whole motion to revoke bail. So, and the judge, what his statement was, is he's taking it under advisement. He said, Mr. Carney, you're walking on very thin ice. I do recognize that there is a First Amendment issue here. And he's gonna issue a ruling pretty. Wait, you heard me on the live again? Oh my God.
Jesus.
Yeah, boy. Well, at least
It's
I
like when
wasn't saying
Scarlett
any.
was there, you seemed unmuted again.
Well, it wasn't me unmuting it on the Zoom. I don't know how it was.
If you unmuted it, your microphone here, it unmuted it there.
When I touched my button on my mic?
Probably, whatever. I mean, Lindsay heard you.
Oh boy.
Jesus.
Well, luckily the court was done. So whoever that was looking, he's like, who's talking?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh well, I wasn't trying to do that.
I would hope not.
That was some tech wizardry at its finest, for sure. So, well, that's unfortunate. I would have liked to have heard that argument. Bradel was going pretty hard. Did they kick me out? They booted me? Oh man. Usually the judge has a
Oh,
setting.
yeah, I'm listening to you. Oh my god.
What am I saying?
When I open the Zoom and it's in a window.
Oh,
You're muted on there, right? They can't hear you talking?
I'm not on the Zoom anymore.
No,
So
this is what you're saying. Yeah, no, you're not. Oh. And then somebody, like you said, is looking. Why
it would have
not?
been better if I was saying, I'm not a cat, Your
Oh my
Honor.
god.
I'm ready to argue.
That would have
I'm
been
here
fun.
live. I'm not a cat.
I'm here live. I'm not a cat. Played on. Wait, did you just play that?
Oh my God. Mandy just played that soundbite.
Oh, I thought I heard it on. All right, wait, stop playing sounds bite because I'm listening to what you said on this thing.
I didn't say anything bad. Allie just shushed me.
Oh, yeah. Should you make sure you take you talking to Scarlett?
Your
Are we
Zyrtec.
still on here? Oh my god. Wow. Outrageous. Yeah, they kicked you out because it was still going after that.
Well, I mean, the court was done though, so whatever.
Well, no, they brought back up another issue.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh, they booted me.
I don't know how you unmuted yourself.
I
Whatever.
think it must have been
Wow.
on the mic.
You
It
saw it here
wasn't on,
first, people.
because on my Zoom it was showing me as muted. You know how Zoom works. You get the red microphone. But the first time
I just listened to you from the actual replaying of the Zoom twice.
okay, see, Nell says they kicked everybody out. Relax, dude. Who gives a shit? You're acting like I was dropping F-bombs and shit. Who cares?
Oh, you were
Big
talking.
deal. The judge better learn the controllers on the Zoom. Like the judge can control it where no one can speak, no matter or show their image. So
All right. Well,
yeah, that was definitely a hot mic moment for me.
Jesus.
Oopsies. Oopsies.
I'm
At least
here
I was
live.
talking to my
I'm
kid
not a
about
cat.
taking their Zyrtec. So yeah, I'm not at all embarrassed. I am not at all.
I am for you.
Yeah, well, don't be. I'm not.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
All right. So I am a little shocked that we don't have court tomorrow.
Everyone's going to know his name was on the screen.
But they won't know it was me speaking necessarily. You know what I mean? Fortunately, it was after the hearing, so it is what it is.
The glare had it and the young jerks.
Yeah, he'll hit me up. He'll be like,
Wait,
"Oh,
Bluebird had a question. We forgot to answer her question from earlier. Somebody find it. Let's see. Oh, Bluebird.
no, I
Oh,
answered."
no, we
that.
answered that one.
Yep.
There was, but she must have another one that we didn't answer.
Here, did you answer Larisha's?
Yes.
Okay.
Bluebird, thank you for your generosity. Do you guys think she's been secretly prepped for the last year? I think Bob thinks that she's getting prepped by the prosecution. I think she's getting prepped by her brother-in-law.
No way.
I do not think that the prosecution told her to look at the jury when she talks. If they had done that, every other lay witness would be speaking to the jury. And they definitely didn't tell her to
I
get
don't
rid of.
necessarily know that's true. I think they understand the significance of Jen McCabe.
Well,
I think that she goes by different rules, and like she's going to be by far the longest witness. I mean, she's gone a day and a half now.
But the fact that she caught herself saying, to be honest, or I'm going to be honest, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that was close.
That was her training for however long she's been training.
Her training experience. According to my training experience. So why is there no court tomorrow? Does anybody know in the chat? Is anybody aware? I'm not sure. I am not sure. All right, so maybe I'll figure out. So yeah, I'm gonna pivot. I think we should stream something tomorrow, but I guess we'll play.
You're gonna go do with your dad.
Yeah, that's not gonna take all day though. Like I know he thinks it is, but like the dude's got like 10 boxes. So I think I'll be able to make sure to get that done pretty quick. So, all right, you guys, thank you so much for all your generosity. Mods, thank you for all of your hard work today and all week. You've been glorious. You guys are the best in the business. You guys are what makes our chat so great, because you guys you keep it real in here, which we love. And keep an eye out on the community page. We'll figure out if we're going to do something tomorrow. I'd really like to get a hold of the guy that's doing the, what's his name? The guy that's did the Richard Allen second interview and then did the thing with Klein. I'd really like to try to get a hold of him, see if I can get him on, because he's really interesting. He's got a very different philosophy from most law enforcement in terms of how he looks at interviews, and it's really, really interesting. So,
Bye,
oh wait,
Felicia.
is it? So Gwen and Turtle Boy's hearing tomorrow in courtroom across from Kieran Reed. They're keeping them separate. So what hearing is that? Do we know? I'm not sure. We'll check into that tonight. Yeah, we'll definitely Zoom. We'll Zoom in or stream that, assuming that we can find it. Assuming I'm not banned. I shouldn't be. It was an honor. Yeah, Sergio Denaro. Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate that. So yeah, I guess. Does anybody know why there's no court tomorrow?
Nobody's gonna know.
I don't know. So yeah, if we could find Aiden's case, we'll do that tomorrow. That'll be interesting. I have to help my dad move some stuff out of his old place, so I might be late depending on when that goes down. So all right, you guys are amazing. Please, I'm going to beg you, please make sure you like on the way out, share, subscribe. If you're a replay crew, just leave a comment, even if it's for the algorithm or a replay crew, whatever it is. If you're not big into chatting, all those comments help get us into the algo so that we drop into other people's things. I am of the mindset that we should be growing by leaps and bounds. We think we put on some pretty good content for y'all. We think we have some entertainment, some knowledge, some puppetry, some tech wizardry. We have all of it over here. So spread the word. Help us spread the word, and you can do it for free by just liking, sharing, subscribing. You guys are the best. We adore you, because without you guys, I would just be an old man
Talking a lot of shit.
Boop.